For some reason, it's illegal for me to see Mooney. I don't know why God won't let me
Oh
see
no,
Mooney.
should I leave
I
and come
can't see
back?
Mooney either.
Oh,
no. It's all fucked up.
Well, I'll try leaving and coming
I
back.
can see y'all.
Matt
Oh,
can always
um,
see me.
I
We're always
got you.
connected.
I got you.
We're still. Oh man.
Now it's chaos.
Hello?
All right. Yes. But ink is not camera. Okay. Blink, blink, blonk.
Yeah, I used to be a TMNT fan when I was a kid. I used to watch all the old cartoons. I watched some of the original movies. I just kind of fell out of love with it after the Michael Bay adaptation.
Oh yeah, that was for sure.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm kind of, when people are like, "Hey, the new one's good," I'm like, "Sweet, time to get back into
I
Turtles
know.
now."
It looks so darling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cute.
The art looks fun. I'm still like, I think that they look like too long. I am still a little afraid of them, but like it's better.
Yeah, they're better. I
Yeah.
laugh every fucking time I see the clip where one of them goes, "I never got to see BTS IRL."
I like you just said one of them.
I don't fucking know.
Like, I don't know.
To be fair, they all look the same. They are differentiated.
They have
Brianna
different
and
colors.
I are just on
yeah.
the TMT hater train.
You guys.
I like that one, the one cartoon, the more recent one where like they are physically differentiated. I think that's a good
That's
one.
good.
Yeah, that new Nickelodeon one. Isn't that Rise of TMT?
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard good things about that one. Yeah, I probably could name all of them, but only because they're also artists.
Yes.
I see.
I guess I'm just glad that they survived out of like, I don't know. Do you remember like What Ugly Martians and that bullshit when we were kids?
I don't know.
Nope. Cool.
I know most cartoons, but I don't know if I've heard of that one.
Well, don't look it up because
okay,
they sure are butt ugly.
Ugly Martians? Is that similar to All Real Monsters?
Maybe.
Oh God.
As a kid, I watched Flying Rhino Junior High, and everyone thinks I made that up.
That sounds made up, girl.
It's a real show. It's called Flying Rhino Junior High.
That sounds like a show that you wrote. Like.
All right. Do we want to get started?
Yeah.
You slamming things?
Yeah.
What's happening? Okay.
That's what I want to
The
get.
cat Oh man. I just saw like an open maw and then darkness.
Yeah.
Yeah, Noodle was frozen, just going.
Yep.
Oh, I got him frozen for a moment, like tangled up in the headphone cord.
Good.
Yeah, he's eating my headphones. He likes to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Typical.
Makes perfect sense.
It's very good.
All right. So before we actually start the recap, did everyone read the letters that are posted in the documents and handouts?
I did. I found
I kind
them.
of forgot about them a little, but I did. I read them
I was
at the
literally
time.
like, Vienna.
I did. I read them as soon as they were posted, and
then you're good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just making sure because it was just kind of like, hey, here they are.
Yeah.
And then, yeah. So, story thus far, the group ended up ending up in the town of Picklesburg on the way home. Unfortunately, there was a stoppage on the tracks, and it seems like the local people were not fit to fix it within any kind of reasonable time. In fact, the people of the town have been acting very weird and suspicious. And now, unfortunately, you know why. After being approached by Coni about visions and dreams about his farm being destroyed, you discovered that a dimensional shunter and explorer named Canton Fleck had brought some slug-like creatures from another dimension, and these parasites would attach to people and have a certain amount of mind control over them. What the kind of larger goal of Canton and his assistant Carmine, you do not know. Um, Once finding out about the slugs and the danger they possessed, you all decided to discuss a potential assassination of Canton and Carmine within Carmine's hearing, and so you were ambushed and at least temporarily trapped in the lab. Mettle, unfortunately, got slugged for a period of time, and that led to her fighting her friends. And meanwhile, Cal decided to not help you in any way, and instead found a way to break out, and broke out of the room, and has been now fighting Canton for a little bit, while the rest of you dealt with the slug and now are trying to escape. Um, After fighting Canton for a little bit, Cal got teleported outside, where she saw that Carmine and all of the possessed, slugged villagers had been coming as reinforcements, and so she decided to run. While all this was happening, Coni managed to kind of force Canton and Carmine into a stalemate and get away, and has used this time to rally some of the locals that are unslugged. It seems that they are under the impression that Canton was arranging some sort of corporate farm conglomerate to put them out of business. And now they are in a righteous pro-worker fervor. And Canton has now led them back to the farm, where they have just approached close enough to be able to, not the farm, rather, Canton's research facility. They've now gotten close enough to see the other villagers that are there and kind of be witnesses, which is not necessarily what anyone wants. And with that, we open into this sort of middle of combat. Before we get back to what was happening, there's one thing from last session I need to alter, change somewhat. Mettle found a fire axe that she took and slammed into a desk. Mads, if you recall, I had you roll that attack with +2. There was another effect that I forgot to add, so we will just rewind time slightly with that. While you are holding this axe, you're talking about how you were angry, wanted to get your frustration and fear out, and took it out on the desk. I need you to make an intimidation check.
Oh shit. Okay. I don't think I hardly ever use this. Oh, I have a +5 though. Wow. 14.
With a 14, as you grab it, express your frustration to me. What's going through Metal's head as she's swinging this axe at this desk?
Well, she's thinking about how she's trapped in this room and everything's going horribly, including her whole career at this point, and the fact that she was just about to kill her friends. So, well, bam.
As you wha-bam, as you push your frustration into the axe, the head starts to glow slightly with sort of a dull orange effect, and as you smack it into the desk, a charge of power comes out of it, and the desk top just kind of splinters and cracks apart. And you've done way more damage to the desk than you we recorded last session, to the point where you can now actually see into some of the drawers that were not checked before, one of which was locked. you can kind of see through the top of the desk into some of the contents. So know that once we start, that has also happened.
Okay.
Now, although we were in the middle of combat, we are actually going to pause combat for just a moment because Canton is now aware of mortal witnesses that Coni has brought to the farm. As Coni comes up, the other slugged villagers are there in kind of fight mode, ready to take out the party. And then they see you, and there's a moment of stillness, kind of unnatural stillness. And then they kind of leave this threatened body language, and they're just like, "Oh, hey, fellas!" to you and your group that's coming up. Liam next to you, waving. They've also got their little like axe handles and pitchforks here for the protest. And yeah, I'm gonna need Coni to make a perception check. While this is happening, the people that are chasing Cal slow and stop before they run around the side of the house where they would be visibly chasing you. Does Cal stop running?
No.
Cal keeps
Still running.
Do you turn and run in Connie's direction, or do you keep going on your current path, kind of past them towards the road?
I'd run to Coni.
Okay. So Cal, who had given you this sort of out-of-breath warning when you first came up that led to some of this stillness, is now coming up on you. What was that perception check?
14.
With a 14, you see that beyond the sort of converted house that you were in with Canton and the others, there are the two barns and a little side building that maybe are experimental facilities or something like that. There's still some people kind of walking out from that way towards the house and towards you, sort of kind of last of Canton's reinforcements. You actually see an effect where as they get closer to the house and where you are, they go from a very unnatural, sort of staggering gait to suddenly seeming more normal. And you remember that when you saw the villagers inside earlier, they seemed to be controlled, but mostly normal, a little oddness in their behavior, but nothing near the oddness of where you saw them before. And you realize that whether it's being close to something in the house or close to Canton or Carmine or something like that, there is an effect where the slugs can only sort of pretend normalcy within a certain radius of wherever that is. That if they get too far away, they seem to act less and less naturally human. And so any kind of deception only really works when they're close to whatever this is. Inside the house, we have Isle and Fish both looking through the hole they were making in the wall. It's now big enough that one of them could squeeze through with some difficulty. Need to attack it again to get a little more space to comfortably crawl out. But both of you can see through the hole, Canton inside the house, as well as one of the slug villagers and Carmine. And Canton, without looking out the windows or being able to physically see Coni or the people approaching, kind of perks up and looks at their direction. And then he looks at Carmine and says, keep them quiet. and heads out the front door, trailed by some of the villagers. Carmine is looking at you through the little hole in the wall, and she gathers a amount of energy in her hand, a ball of energy, and she looks at you and she goes, meanwhile, Mettle has just split this desk in a anger and frustration, realizing that she is holding a magical item, one that seems to do particular damage to inanimate objects. And Isle also has the saber that she grabbed out of Canton's footlocker that she was using to break open the wall. Within just a moment, Canton is stepping outside the house to face Coni and the other villagers are sort of clustering around them. Cal has now reached Connie's side by this point. Hello, friends! How y'all doing? What can I help you with? Liam's like, Canton, don't try that. We know that you're taking meetings with the corporate farmers, and we will not stand for it. Very brief, moment of confusion, and then he goes, oh, those guys, no. They came to me, try to make me some offers. I told them absolutely not. I was not selling out this town, and I drove them away. The help of our friends here and the other villagers around are like, yeah!
While they're having this conversation about boring mortal shit, I want Cal to have gotten close up enough to Connie. I don't know if that means she had to have hoisted herself into the tractor to have a whispered conversation.
Connie is now off the tractor and walking with the others, but you can step away for just a moment to be out of earshot of any of the others.
Yeah, I think she would probably gesture.
It's really funny to think about Cal on a tractor.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm a little disappointed that didn't happen.
She should drive it for the finale.
Yeah. Drive it to run people over. Yeah, what do you say?
I turn to Connie and I whisper, do you know the full given name of these mortals? That just means first and last name, Harry.
Okay.
Name.
So wait, are you asking of all of them?
She specifically gestures to the ones with slugs.
Oh, wait, well, do I, Patrick?
You would certainly know at least part of it. I'd say give me a history check with advantage, because on the one hand, these are your neighbors that you kind of know. On the other hand, you don't really care about the people of the town and have kind of made an effort to stay distant from them. So I'm not going to give it to you automatically. But yeah, give me a history check with advantage.
Let's see. Oh, it's a good thing I had advantage. That's like a 17.
Okay, yeah. With a 17, you know the full given name of 3 of the slug villagers here. One, first, middle, and last. For an additional 3 of them, you know their first and last name, which may give you some control. And then an additional 2, you just know kind of like a nickname, or just by their last name, or things like that. So you definitely do have some information that can help you.
Okay, I'll be like, yeah, some of them.
Cal will continue.
These people.
Yeah.
Billy Bob, Billy Beal.
Billy Bob butt crack.
So Colliginous says, those mortals are under a mind control by a creature on their neck. I am curious if using their full given names to give them order will overrule the control that the slug has, and we can maybe convince them to remove the slug or run as far as they can away from the scene, see if that might deactivate it. I don't know how to do that in a way that is going to not be immediately counteracted by the Chanter, who could just give a counter command, but it may be worth trying to figure out.
Okay. Yeah, let's try it.
Are you going to try to be strategic in how you use it? Maybe get some people kind of off to the side or away from the group and that you know are under control and use their name, or are you just gonna like shout something out?
This is out of character, but maybe we can just ask people by their first and last name to like come here, and that might not. Carmen's, Canton's stupid, so he's not going to necessarily realize that's a control. And then once we say like come here, then we can whisper more specific commands of like now run away or like grab that thing on your neck and pull as hard as you can.
If that's what you guys want to do, you can pick someone to try it on.
Also, Harry, just book context so you know how to use this. Oh, in Vienna, because you might not remember. In the Skullduggery Pleasant universe, people have 3 names. They have the names their parents gave them, the names they take. So that's everybody in our our group has chosen the name, and that's what they go by. And then a true name, which is a magical soul name, which nobody really knows. So it's never really super solidly defined, but I get the impression that if you are a sorcerer and you understand how the given name system works, you can give somebody a command that is maybe against what they would like to do, but nothing crazy. I don't think you can use someone's given name to tell them to kill themselves, but you can tell them come, like, in the books it's used to say, like, come here, stay in this room, lock this door, kind of level of commands.
Yeah.
Power-wise, it's the kind of thing of, like, with at least a part of somebody's name, you can give them, like, kind of a suggestion. If you know their full name, and it's even to the point of, like, you know how they pronounce their name, like, they have spoken their name, and you've memorized it, you can give them a lot more definite commands.
Does that apply to mortals, though, too? Okay.
Yes.
Anyone who hasn't chosen a name.
It seems to a certain extent in the lore to be like stronger with people who are magically talented but have not yet like taken a name, but it does definitely work with mortals too.
Yeah, again, you can't. It doesn't seem you can ask anything extreme. Otherwise, people would just get a lot of shit done by telling mortals.
Yeah, right.
To kill themselves or whatever.
Yeah.
But you can. Again, the level that I think we're asking for, just like run away, is something that like would not be at all an issue.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Lore over.
Okay.
But yeah, Harry, do what you want with that. I just thought it would be an interesting thing for you to play with because you know these are your people.
You know these guys.
Oh, okay, I'll try it.
And you gotta come up with dumb fake names.
Okay, yeah, hey there, Mark Merriweather Melville.
Girl,
Why
what?
don't you come over here?
Patrick's like,
Mark Merriweather Melville
You
is
fucked
like,
his sister and he does not listen to you.
he's like, oh, yeah, sure. And he starts, he takes about 2 steps towards you before his feet start dragging, and his eyes kind of like find Canton's eyes, who's only kind of like glancing at him, and then he kind of stops and doesn't move any closer to you, and then he goes, I guess I'm staying over here.
Oh no.
that's not good.
I guess how close is our Isle and Fish to
We're stuck in the room
Yes.
still. I mean, like, we're not
Oh,
stuck in the room.
yes.
We have two
We're in the
rooms to
closet.
But
play
yeah.
with.
So I guess I was good. So where I'm looking at the thing, is Carmine like outside? Like she can see us outside our hole?
Yes, she's standing probably about 10 feet away from you and can just kind of like see through the hole. You know, maybe
Okay.
like your legs and like a bit of the sword that
Yeah.
you use to break off the wall, and then Fish kind of like crouching down and
Yeah.
looking through the hole.
Yeah, and Fish does not know that she has flashbangs in her brain. So they're just, fine with looking and not covering their eyes or anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got my question, and perhaps Isle's question too, is why we gotta stay quiet? What's gonna happen? It's not my problem. I can just leave after this. Doesn't matter. I guess I work for the sanctuary. Wait.
Start
Oh,
screaming,
yeah,
banging on
that.
walls.
Give
Oh,
me a persuasion check with disadvantage.
Cool.
there's a union
I mean,
outside.
that's the thing. If she blasts us, that will also draw attention. Is my thinking. Like, so
Yeah.
so the threat is.
No, that's a valid argument, and that's why
Yeah.
I'm letting you roll. You know, it kind of
Yeah.
contradicts like a command she was just given, but like
Yeah.
that also makes sense. So
Yeah. Well,
at
I
least you might
rolled
make her
a
hesitate a
nat
bit.
20 and then I rolled a 10. So let's
Oh,
All right.
Pretty good.
No nat 20, but
No.
with the 10, she
Wait.
does
-1, 9.
Oh,
That
no.
changes
Oh.
it.
she does kind of hesitate for a moment.
Yeah.
And you can see that she steps back a little bit and kind of looks out the window at the other slugged people, and the grenade of magic in her hand kind of dims a little bit, about being like, you do have a point.
Yeah.
I think that if we all just wait a moment, Canton will fix this. Then we can deal with you. And Canton is outside just going like, oh yeah, friends,
Yeah.
no. Drove them away. Not going to be a problem anymore. Oh, absolutely no.
Okay.
Yeah, hip hip hooray, we did it, everyone. He's sort of
Okay.
walking across the field towards Cal and Coni. Is there anything else Isle or Fish or Mettle are doing in kind of this moment?
Isle wants to keep talking to her.
Yeah,
Does Fish want to
Fish
say
has a
anything?
question as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Metal's gonna bust the
you
desk
go for
down, but
yeah,
I can do that one.
Metal's axing things.
Metal's like, I did something.
Yeah. Sure. Can
So,
I
just peeking through the hole still.
Mhm.
Hey, Carmine. Hey, Carmine. If this isn't
Fish,
too
I believe
personal a
what?
question,
Uh-huh.
do you have a slug on you?
That's a private matter.
Whoa.
I'm very sorry. I shouldn't have asked. She's totally fucking slugged.
Okay, Isle's gonna stick her head down and she's gonna be like, you really think Can's gonna fix this? Like, how much are you really getting out of this whole slug thing? You're obviously, and this isn't even necessarily a compliment, but you're obviously the more functional of the two of you.
Yeah, why aren't you in charge, Carmine?
I appreciate what you were trying to do, but this is a partnership, and we both benefit from it.
I'm not seeing a lot of partnership.
Fish is like, you fucking.
Yeah, I was about to say that slug on your coochie, sis. Fish has frozen for me. Or ink has frozen, rather.
Oh no, I'll leave. I'll come back.
You look really cool, though. You're going like this. I'm going to take a screenshot of it.
Oh, okay, cool. That'll be me doing my powers.
Yes.
They're gone.
Wait, let me wait for Ink to come back. Yeah, I would say with that line of questioning, I would let you roll another persuasion check.
Alright.
No disadvantage this time.
I can't see anyone.
Oh no!
Give it a minute, maybe it'll load.
Oh
Very
yeah,
cool.
Froze,
I look so awesome.
right?
We're getting
Um,
everyone to unionize.
Yeah,
But
18,
yeah.
18 minus 1 is 17.
Okay. With a 17, Carmine looks at you. She dissipates the energy in her hand, and she says, I gain a number of benefits more than just the financial. Canton and I tend to switch off who's in charge of projects, and tugs on her she tugs on her scarf a little bit, and the knot comes undone, and it slides down, and you see a shine of something silver. And as
Whoa.
she pulls it down, you actually see that she is wearing a gorget, a metal neck piece of armor completely covering her neck and
Oh,
her
shit.
upper shoulder. And so that it is impossible for her to currently be slugged. And she says, it is safe to say this is my project.
Oh, she's cool as hell. Damn.
I knew Carmine was cool.
Yeah, no, and you know what? Fish is gonna say that. Oh, that's pretty sick, actually. Good for you.
Join our girl squad!
It's just
Actually-
Isle and Fish shoving their head like
The mental image of the two of you just poking your head through this little hole and just being like, I want to bother her now. Hey!
Think of
I
it like
wanna
that
talk to
scene
the
in
cool lady.
Doctor Who with Donna and the Doctor.
Exactly.
They're just
Yeah.
like,
I was
My
gonna
God.
say, well, is part of your town to blow this town, or part of your plan to blow this town to bits? Because that's what's gonna happen. Those worms are gonna explode everything.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, that
Well,
Connie.
you know the guy outside?
Yeah.
He
Oh.
sees visions. Maybe you can say this better, Isle. I don't know.
No, you do it. You say it.
Sensitive.
Oh yeah, you sure?
Is that to which you refer?
Yeah, it's farmer fields out there.
Uh.
Like, hold on, I can't see. Would you move over? Yeah. So like, he's got psychic visions, don't we all? Sometimes, honestly. And he says like the worm the
Conversation. Mettle is just chopping through a desk. So you just have like a rhythmic chopping in the background too.
I'm feeling better.
Okay, good. Are the slugs supposed to blow up? Is my question.
I am not aware of any explosive capabilities of these creatures. Why do you ask?
Because before even
the-
entering your office, Farmer Fields said he saw a vision of all those red things, and it's the same thing as the thing in your office.
Yeah, that.
She glances at earlier when you can see that when Cal was scuffling with Canton, she knocked over the table that had the phones and a little piece of the red glass on it, and that's now on the ground. You see her just kind of glance behind her at the red glass for a moment, and then says, where did this explosion take place?
Farmer Fields is Farmer Field.
Yeah, it hasn't happened yet, but we've been basically promised it's gonna happen.
We've actually been trying to make it not happen, which is what you may have gathered have gotten us into this situation in the first place.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't believe we are concerned about any explosions happening at that location in the near future. They are expected. Meanwhile, what is Mettle doing? Chopping through the desk?
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep using this cool axe thing and just be like if she like chops it, and then she realizes she can see in it, she's gonna be like, just like keep going. She's like, I think I found something, guys.
Just demolishing this desk with the
Yeah.
magic axe that you found.
For sure.
You realize this may be like an emergency thing of like this was the emergency escape plan if like you accidentally sealed yourself in the lab or something like that. With enough time, you could probably just get out through the walls with the axe or something like that.
Okay.
But yes, as you're chopping apart the desk, eventually it gives and kind of collapses in on itself. Tabletop is mostly gone at this point. You've got access to kind of all the drawers in there now. And in one of the drawers, there is some like knickknacks, and there's like a little. There's like a little pendant, like a little piece of silver jewelry. There's some like little statuettes and things like that. Little like maybe mementos of travels and things like that, as well as paperwork that you find, including a little booklet that was in a previously locked drawer.
Can I glance through it?
I would say you can flip through it while this conversation is happening, but you can only get like the gist really quickly.
Yeah.
So I'm not even going to have you roll through it. It is a ledger of numbers. It seems to be like an accounting book or something like that.
Okay. I put that in my pocket, and then if I hear them like sounding like they're having a very persuasive conversation in the other room, I'm just gonna peek my head into the closet and be like, guys, I found a magical axe. Do we want to use it, or are you busy?
We're a
sound
little
like you have
busy, but
something
that's cool as hell.
Okay, I'll just
Fizz is just gonna turn back and go, "Hey, you good?"
Just like,
Yeah, she's good. She's got an axe.
yeah, I don't know if you just want to like finish the conversation or if I should just start swinging, but I'm already on a roll, so whatever.
Okay, I just have one more question. Carmine, if once again, you don't have to answer. It's fine. Who's B?
That is not your concern. And she
You're so boring.
energy grenade in her hand and looks like she really wants to throw it at you, but is holding off right now. That was a sore subject.
Oh.
Outside, Canton has come up to Cal and Coni, and is just the villagers, both slugged and unslugged, are kind of starting to mingle a little bit. Everybody seems pretty happy that they have defeated this imaginary enemy of a farm conglomerate. And you can see Liam patting a slug villager on the back and chatting with each other. Canton sort of lowers his voice as he gets close to you and is like, "Hello again, Coni. You want to do this with Immortals Conceit?"
You?
Not particularly. And he's looking at the other mortals kind of nervously, and he's looking at his people who seem still under his control, but you can see him kind of like doing math in his head, and the math very suddenly is no longer in his favor.
The decision I made was calculated, but man, I'm bad at math.
Very much Canton's character, yes.
Cal looks at this and says, "I have no such reservations." And in a louder, she says, "This man used demeaning language towards me, a small young widow."
Canton! I mean, I've heard some stories, but that just ain't right. And it's like, oh no, it's okay. No, it's not okay. What do you
Cal
think you're
begins to cry.
doing?
Yeah, Cal's
This is
just
a
start
prison
wailing.
town. All of the people are now looking at Canton, and this is no longer kind of a private situation. And he's like, I'm sorry, miss. That was just a complete misunderstanding. I did not mean that in the way it was received. And
He also tried to touch me.
That is just flagrantly not true.
You tried to grab me by the wrist, sir.
Give me a persuasion check.
It's true.
Yes, it is.
Candace's
But,
like, oh, okay.
Canton is good at talking, so maybe he can get out of it.
Oh, God. All these angry farmer people with pitchforks. You better watch out.
Say that, like, this is Ink speaking to Mooney, but, like, it's also, like,
Mhm.
Fish psychically connecting to Cal.
Yeah.
Like, say that your dead spouse is, like, a veteran or something, and they'll be on your
They'll
side.
love it. They'll love it.
Oh, speaking of Fish being psychic, since Kekano was kind of staring down Canton before he turned around and left outside, Kekano is kind of now like in the background, hiding, but behind Carmine, so you can see him, and he is communicating with you, and it's like, Dad, say the word, and I'll bite her. Bite the shit.
Okay, wait. Can I? Okay, I'll.
Don't swear,
Can
you
we
little
hear
shit.
this?
My persuasion was a 9, by the way, before Vienna gets into this.
Sorry.
No, go ahead, Vienna.
I was going to say, can Isle and Fish hear this happening?
They can just hear kind of hear
Okay.
talking outside.
So I
It's just kind of a little
can't
background.
grab his nude Indiana Jones mags and throw them damningly at his feet.
You could certainly throw them. You just throw them at Carmine's feet and
Yeah.
an otherwise empty house,
Okay.
and nobody can
Yeah.
see that.
Right. So what we'll do? Isle's just going to stick the magazines to the hole and be like, "That's pretty weird, huh, Carmine?"
Yes, it is, and she actually does a silent blast out of her other hand, just like a little pinpoint laser, and the magazine bursts into flames.
Oh, damn it. Because
No, the evidence!
my thought was going to be like, make Kekano take it outside.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
That was a better idea. Fuck.
There were other magazines. You just threw out the one. There were like
Okay, we'll get more.
I'm widow porn.
If
Yeah,
there's
right?
another one, then like roll it up and toss it through, and I'll get and I'll be like, all right, Kekano, catch it and take it outside.
Got some weird fish for you, Kikano.
Carmine's like, I should just kill these idiots.
Moving back to Cal and Kent.
Sorry.
He rolled high enough to be persuasive. He did not roll that high. He did not roll that high at all. So you can see that nobody is kind of like convinced either way, but they're both looking at you kind of nervously and murmuring amongst themselves. And Canton just turns over his shoulder to you and goes, "What do you want?"
What were you saying, man?
No. Okay, what do you want?
I said Cal should just start wailing. Just like, just making a scene, make it worse.
She weeping, and then would be like, "What do you, sir? What do you possibly mean? What do you want? What do you think I want?" Situation.
Everyone, clearly our guest is a little bit overwrought. I think she just needs to maybe go home and lie down. Does anyone have any water?
So his assistant shot at me, probably in a jealous rage. Those were the gunshots you heard.
One of the there is a pause that's kind of weirdly long, and then one of the slugged villagers is like, "Gunshots? Oh no, that was me. I was celebrating our victory over the farm conglomerate. Can I hear a huzzah? Huzzah!"
Oh god.
He has kind of directed attention away from you, and inside a slugged villager comes in to Carmine and whispers in her ear for just a moment, and she goes, "Really?" And she looks at you, kind of disgusted through the hole again, and she walks over and she unseals the door, and the ceiling like drops on the entire lab. And
So
she goes,
our plot resolution was be so annoying. They were like, get out of my hair.
Fish is gonna say through the hole, "Thank you," and then with their brain, Kekano fucking bite her.
Oh,
as you as she unseals the door and sort of like backs up to like keep an eye on you, still keeping her kind of hand charged, so you don't try anything funny. You can go to the door now. Do all of you sort of like start to try to leave?
Mettle was like, yeah, and then it unsealed, and she was like, oh.
Yeah.
Like, I think it's gone now. She missed everything that was happening in the closet.
Then, as you kind of approach the door, it looks like Carmine is probably going to let you go, but
I'm scared.
just to make sure, Kekano is going to very quietly sneak up behind her
Stop.
Good luck.
and bites into her leg, but does not seem to get any purchase. Instead, it kind of like grabs her pant sleeve, and she's just like, what the hell? And she's distracted for a moment, and now you have a window to like run outside, and not chance it if you want.
We should.
Yeah, I
I
think
think we should do that.
Kyle has somehow stored the sword, so she basically, like, assuming we're going to interact with Canton after this, she like wants to keep that sword, so she's going to
Just kind of like tucks it under the fur.
Yes,
Just kind of
yeah.
like, gonna walk with my other side to everybody.
Exactly. Hey, what's up? What's up, guys?
Yeah.
Nothing to see.
Carmine kind of kicks Kekano, just kind of like whips her leg, and Kekano releases the leg and goes sliding across the floor to Fish and gets scooped up.
Scoops
I
up.
bit her.
Good
job,
job,
buddy.
good job. I'm sorry you were kicked. You're so brave.
Thank you. And yes, she is kind of glaring at you, but you can leave. And as you get out, you sort of see this scene in front of everybody, kind of like people being a little uneasy about the accusations being thrown around, but Canton is clearly like backing up from Cal and Coni, like, oh, easy body language, and just being like, fine, take him, get out of here. Backing up and makes eye contact with Coni for just a moment, and it goes, "You're gonna regret this. See you soon." And then just turns and stalks back to the house, stops for a moment, and goes, "Well, everyone, got a lot of work to do. Congratulations on the victory for the workers. All right? Yeah."
Can I
And
make a history roll, please?
starts to head back inside to find what information.
I want Fish to remember that Canton had the fake gold.
I don't think you need a roll for that.
Oh, well, previously we established that Mettle remembered, but Fish didn't, and so I just wanted to be fair.
I thought Mettle talked to somebody as well within your
Right.
hearing.
Yeah, I was like
Okay.
chatting with helpful. I probably passed it on to you for sure.
Sure. I'll take it for free because it's gonna be hilarious. While Canton's walking away, I just want Fish to yell out, "Hey, Canton! About that job offer! Are you gonna pay us in actual money or that fake stuff you made up?"
He he looks angry, and then he sees everybody's watching him, and he kind of gives a fake laugh, like ha 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 ha, ha. As he turn around, you see him just like as he into the house.
Metal's
with,
like,
Carmine.
Metal's like, yeah, you're a loser. He's like, is that good? Is that good?
That was really good.
Are all the friends coming out the door now, like kind of passing Canton?
Yeah,
Cool.
they seem free and clear. It looks like Canton was not willing to do this so publicly, at least not yet. And that he is giving up this fight, maybe sort of with the promise of a future continuance, as heads back to his house. And you are all you're free and you're reunited. The slugged villagers are still kind of commingling with the other villagers. But as soon as Canton leaves, they start to kind of like self-separate a little bit, and some of them start kind of wandering off on their own. One or two of them going back to the barns, but the rest seeming to like try to go back to town.
As they're wandering, Collisionist turns to the group and she goes, "Good to see you," and points to Mettle and says, "Glad you're not with a slug on your neck. How did you get it off? Can we get it off any of these mortals?"
Oh, we just well,
I'll averts her eyes.
So I'll turn into an octopus, but I don't think that's necessary every time.
No, look, probably not. But we did it. I didn't do anything. No, I did something. In fact, without me, it wouldn't have been done.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle says they don't like fire. Or me.
No, they were resistant to fire.
Yeah,
That's what I meant to say. Sorry.
Yeah.
They
That's
like
what-
fire.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, thanks, guys.
Or you got slugged.
Just gonna like kick her feet. Sorry about that.
Sorry, I was possessed.
Doing really great
Do you
job.
feel like you had any sense of control for any of the time?
A little bit. At first, everything was fine. That's when I was crying, and then after that, I kind of forgot all about it, which is why you guys were freaking me out a little bit. But so maybe we just corner some people, yank the slugs out. But that would be risky, I think. They're all connected. So.
Yeah. Can I look to see if can I like
grab someone closest to you?
No. Can I look to see if there was like any like effects like on Metal's neck? Well, also I will ask Mettle if she can touch her, but like
yeah, like
to
residual.
if there goo
There's
or bites.
There's a little bit of hickey, kind of. There are two kind of like now scabbing over little puncture marks on the back of the neck. There's a little bit of bruising around that.
Yuckety.
Yeah. It's not like really obvious that like, oh, a parasitic worm attached itself to your neck. It's kind of like, oh, did you hurt yourself? What happened?
Got into something.
Okay.
I'm feeling Fish is feeling a bit sheepish, and so like doesn't really say much to Mettle, but they just like sort of. I think you might need to pat a seal it to feel better.
Hold. I have this little one. She's just gonna stare thoughtfully at the ground. But she is gonna be like, Connie, that guy sucks. And I'm worried your farm is still gonna explode, but I don't know if there was the rest of that sentence. That's all.
Based on what the two of you heard Carmine say, it seems pretty definite that his farm is going to explode. And if it's not necessarily on purpose, it's not an unforeseen circumstance. Like, they're going to actively do something to make that happen.
We should probably go.
Kekano is just kind of petting you with his flipper. You're thinking of a nice little basket of shellfish, and trying to calm you down and saying, "I'm sorry that you got a nasty thing."
She'll be like, "It's fine." Anyway, we should leave.
Well, it seems like the threat has passed, but the slug villagers have sort of separated themselves to the point where you probably couldn't lure any of them away or do kind of anything like that without potentially risking starting things again by doing something too magically public. But
what was his name? Marky Mark?
Mark Merriweather Melville?
Yeah.
Yeah, is Mark still there?
The one, the only.
Mark is still there, still with the slug group, seemingly totally under slug control.
So Cal, Mark Merriweather Melville?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Clinton struggles to say that, but she says, Mark Merriweather Melville, come here to me.
He looks at you, and it seems he has kind of like a normal kind of human curiosity, like, oh, who is this person? And then it kind of like shudders and goes blank for a moment, and he resists walking over. You can see it's like his foot lift up like he's going to take a step, and then not.
First shot.
She's like, I hoped that without him present, it might have a less strong grip.
Mettle would also know from her time being slugged that there is something of a range issue, and maybe if you got him far enough from this place, it might work better, or something to that effect. Not really sure. But yeah, you've all used a bunch of spell points for the most part. You've had a big day. You're kind of injured. And you know that in the next day or two, Connie's farm is going to explode.
For sure.
What do you guys do now?
Did we just try to fortify at the farm? We know we're going to be attacked, so I don't know, and I don't know if we'll have the element of surprise anymore.
Oh yeah, no, that's gone.
I mean, they're definitely going to be. I'm sure they're essentially on their way at this point.
Canton and Carmine actually retreated into their barns, and you can see sort of their slugged assistants that they were working with, and a handful of the other villagers also went in there. So you kind of know where they are. They don't seem to be approaching the farm yet, but they may have plans. Plus, you also have a bunch of like notebooks and papers and stuff.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Let's look at that. I feel like I had something that I couldn't look at.
Yep, you had a notebook and a couple of loose pieces of paper and a big kitty.
A large
org, a unit.
Oh,
yes.
This is completely off topic, but I have kitty news. We've been feeding a stray cat in front of the house. It has gotten to the point now where I feed him by putting a plate of food inside our living room and just opening the door. And if I back off enough, he just comes in and eats and then goes back outside. last night, for the first time, I gave him a little scritch, a little pet on his head, and he seemed very confused by what was happening, but didn't try to swat at me or anything like that.
That's good.
Yeah. So I think at the very least, I haven't discussed this with you, but I think at the very least, we're probably going to try to trap him and get him a health checkup and neutered, and then it's like whether he becomes a pet or stays feral kind of depends on him.
Get socialized, idiot.
Yeah, get socialized, idiot.
Say your shit together. Well, yeah, I think we go back to the farm. We go back to the farm, we look over our stuff,
we read.
And we try not to blow up.
Fish, like swats Cal's like shoulder, just all casual to get her attention, and goes, "Hey, Danielle," and then just to acknowledge that she's there, but then looks down, like just to where Swifty would be in the pocket, and goes, "Hey, you good in you all right?"
Did the cat get shot?
Collision just picks up, grabs Swifty.
She was dead asleep in the sleep that kittens do, where they just become a loose bag of cat, and she's just kind of like, just kind of like waking up now, probably disturbed a bit by the gunshots and running around, but seems fine.
Okay, she's cool.
I will say to Coni, so I'm pretty sure it's not us who's gonna blow up your farm.
I believe we've been firmly removed as suspects.
Coni, I will also say that based on your vision, because I remember you rolled fairly high on your perception check, you could tell kind of what time of day it was generally. It is now a little too late in the afternoon to be when your vision took place. That could be that your vision has now changed and something is going to, happen later today or tonight. But it seems like if your vision is still totally true, and you may have a way of checking if your vision is totally true, it may not happen today.
I think related to that, but kind of in the opposite direction, Collisionist is like, should we find an inn or something? I don't know if we should go to a place that could imminently explode.
Well, I doubt the big tree trunk has been moved, so I guess we are stuck.
We could just go back on the train, ask for a sleeper car.
Yeah.
The train people were all sluggy.
You think they stayed on the train?
Well, the train conductor guy.
And also
not ours.
And also
the station.
Yeah, the station master, and also the guys who were there to work on the railroad, who were supposed to be clearing it and weren't. Were also.
Kyle says, "You don't want to hang out with the chicken."
No, not particularly.
Well, that's because you're no fun. I'll hang out with the chicken.
It's up to Connie. Would you be willing to
sleep over at Connie's?
Bedroom? Are you going to make them sleep somewhere else? I will say, there's perhaps a little more danger to you if you worry about a fight at the farm. On the other hand, if you think that they will help you protect the farm in any way, them being a lot closer is probably better. But yeah, it's kind of up to your judgment.
Mettle's tearfully holding a seal and looking at you.
Like,
I think since I've figured out that they're not the direct cause, I would rather have them be here to try and help defend. So
Okay.
yes.
sleep over at Connie's. Sleep over at Connie's.
All right. Well, you start to head back for your sleepover at Connie's. If all of you are willing to stay in Connie's house, Cal may not.
Yeah. Cal is like.
Yeah.
Question.
No one's seen the train blow up.
Yeah.
Valid.
Harry, do you have a chicken that looks like this?
What, a silky chicken?
Yeah, it
Unfortunately,
is.
the joke doesn't work unless you immediately post a picture. Oh yeah, a silky chicken.
I like how we all knew though.
Yeah.
Do I have a silky chicken tattoo?
You have
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Do I? I don't know.
Do you want to have a
Harry.
silky chicken?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Whatever your
Alright,
heart desires.
Once they get to the farm, Isle points at it and says, Cal, that's literally you.
Wow.
Cal doesn't say anything, but she
Isle
turns
says-
and looks at you, and you see
That is-
the judgy face.
Isle says, that is the highest compliment I can give.
And
If it's the
just
highest
to-
compliment you can give, then why are you giving it to me?
Oh, well,
Oh, that's so
just to
sad.
Oh, buddy!
just to rile Denier up some more.
Yes.
Fish is like, oh yeah, she's never said anything like that to me before.
I don't take that as a compliment either. While they're standing and looking at the chicken and Connie's out of earshot, Cal does say, we can just contact the sanctuary and get a teleporter out here. We can do our due diligence by informing the sanctuary what's happening, and we have done more than enough than what is expected of us.
Isle says, we can, but they didn't seem too pressed about sending us someone last time.
As far as we will convey, Mettle is in extreme distress and at a threat of being seriously injured.
I mean, slugs are about to take over the world, so
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's pretty big.
it's pretty urgent.
And you feel that we are equipped to handle that situation?
You got me there.
Isle says, I couldn't even take one slug.
And they let us walk out. Think about
Right.
it next time. Maybe they don't.
Isle says, Connie, do you have a phone?
Do I?
Harry, you gotta just say yes, bud.
Yeah, you gotta decide. What does
Your
your
house.
house look like?
I don't know. I don't think I would. Who would I call?
Ghostbusters.
That's a good point. But I think maybe if you don't use the phone, you
Connie
still
had a
probably
phone
have
and
one.
he has an unplugged phone.
Yeah, maybe just like you never disconnected it, but you don't use it.
It never
For-
rings.
You forgot your own phone number, so when people ask, you can't give it out.
Yeah, I think I have one of those.
Great. I'm assuming we can call the sanctuary, right? That's how.
Yeah. You called through what was it, Chris's phone when you were
Yeah.
you were up north. Yeah, it takes some transferring from a mortal phone line, but yeah, you can absolutely call a sanctuary.
I forget that because Metal's not there to man the phone. I just assumed they abandoned it fully. They just
Yeah.
didn't have anyone.
No,
Nobody's
it's Metal's friend, who's
Just let
admittedly
it
a lot
ring.
worse than her, but yeah.
Metal's like, thank you for calling, blah 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 blah, and my buddy's like, hey y'all, what's going on? Well,
Alright, who wants to make the call?
Metal can call.
Isle says, I can't talk and Fish is a liar, so someone else do it.
She's right. But no, to give myself some credit, I'll get him out here.
That is true. We don't necessarily need to tell the truth. Maybe we should be giving a more eccentric
You do
version.
remember that Mettle is technically in charge of your
Yeah.
mission, and the only one who's an agent. So even if you called, they'd probably be like, "Who the fuck are you?"
Right.
Regardless of what we say, they should be alerted. I, again, do not believe we are particularly well equipped to handle the situation. And I would prefer this to be in someone else's hands, seeing as we all have much better things to be doing. But, regardless, they need to know what's happening. Not to mention that these fools here in this random rural town seem particularly concerned about the sanctuary's involvement.
Okay. Mettle's like, I'm gonna call. And she's gonna be like, I'm not gonna cry this time. I'm just gonna go over to the phone.
Serious
Mettle,
face,
Mettle.
no crying.
It's okay if you do cry.
Did she say not gonna cry out loud?
I don't think so. I think she's just like, last time we did not do well. So she's like, suddenly gets very serious. And she's like, I'm going to call. And it's like,
Really well timed.
that was pretty cool.
You call, you get through to your friend Samuel, who's just like, "Hey,
Hi.
Mettle, yeah, no, we'll do the whole thing. I'll transfer you. Don't worry."
Hey.
And the proper person picks up this time because you kind of now know more of the procedure, and someone answers the phone and goes, "This is Agent Hedge. Who is calling?"
This is Mettle Vaunt.
Access
Mm,
code?
I don't,
Oh,
she's
right.
still,
The new girl. You don't have one.
yeah, I'm sure I'm gonna get one though.
You hear
But
kind
anyway,
of pages turning, and he's like, "Hold on.
I'm at the bottom of the phone book.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were here recently. How about this?
Just like I live there.
Agent Vaughn? What is Administrator Tone's new favorite food?
The impact. Um, she's so it's a delicately made sandwich in the kitchen by whoever that guy's name is. Um, and she's gonna list from what she understood to be the ingredients, which I'm pretty sure had like anchovies or something.
It was like anchovies and like week-old pasta and just like gristle from the side of a steak. Yeah, it was awful.
No good. Yeah,
Guys
she's
made
I don't know if they
horrible.
ever really passed that on to her, but she definitely heard about it.
Yeah.
She's aware of these kinds of things.
He's just like, yeah, it's gross. It smells all the time in here. Rodney
what do you-
actually got a raise. According to the administrator, he's like the only one who can make it right. So they want to keep him on. Crazy, right? Anyway, yeah, you're
Love that for him. He's good. He's great.
One last question to prove your identity. The assistant administrator, Dean.
Dean from Cleveland.
Yeah, he's from Cleveland.
Oh.
What is his last name?
From Cleveland.
Is it not from Cleveland?
Of the
No, I
Southern
thought that too.
Isles.
It's not from Cleveland.
Is it just Cleveland?
Just Cleveland. No, I don't think so. You
Tragic.
don't know?
I definitely know. Mettle knows. She would not forget this kind of thing.
Mettle
Unless-
does not know. Nobody has ever used his last name. This guy is fucking with you. This is not a
Cal
question.
heard this conversation.
Mettle's distressed. She's like,
Yeah.
oh my god, I thought this whole time.
Can
Wait.
Cal hear this conversation?
Yeah, probably a little bit, yeah.
Emergency! People dead! Dying attack mortals! Magic exposure!
Yes, so
Uh,
anyway.
Yeah, yeah, no. Nobody knows.
I
fucking
feel like
last
that's
name.
the equivalent, like when in the like
You're
in
on
a nine-
hold!
in a 90s show, like when they go to Google and it's like murder, bad,
Yeah.
magic in Wisconsin, like
I was
yeah.
thinking like talking to an AI operator and being like, press 1 to schedule an appointment. It's like
Yeah, that's what I was going
human
for.
operator.
Fuck! Cuss word! Damn!
Please help. She's gonna
Um,
be like, yes, it's quite an emergency. If you wouldn't mind.
yeah.
I do
no,
know everyone else's name. If you need to ask me anybody else's, I just,
no, it's just like it's like nobody knows this guy's fucking last name. I've been trying to figure it out for so long.
yeah, I'm sure I will find out.
Yeah, you're Agent Vaughn. What can I help you with? I heard something about an emergency and maybe magic exposure. I don't know.
So I'm requesting backup for this town called Picklesburg. Unsure. We were on our way
Right.
back, and there's going to be like an explosion here, according to the sensitive that lives here. And also, I don't know if you've ever heard of that Canton Fleck guy, but he's here, and like everyone is under like slug mind control, including myself for a time. Not anymore, but very concerned for the state of the world and feeling like we need some help. Just the four of us here. So whatever you could send would be great.
Okay. The world-threatening event. Yeah. You hear like
Mortals involved.
paper unfolding, like a big map, and then he's like, "Where the hell did you say you were?" Picklesburg?
Picklesburg.
It's
or
on the train
Picklesburg.
line.
Here it is. My
It's
thumb
next
was
to
over.
Dillsville.
Yeah. Okay. God, you're in the middle of nowhere. What the fuck are
Yeah,
you out
please
there?
help.
Okay. Yeah. All right. We can send someone up by train. And
So the train line is blocked.
train line's blocked. Okay.
Again, the
Shit,
slug
can you
people.
take her by car? I guess I'll have to get a driver. Yeah. Hold, please. Disappears for a moment. Comes back and says, "Okay. I got a driver. Unfortunately, it seems like we don't have any teleporters right now. There's an incident in Budapest, and
Sure.
most of the ones operating in the
I was like, Budapest.
most of them operating in North America are temporarily unavailable. I've got a car for you. We're still under pretty intense lockdown. I can get you two sides and two of our agents there by car. Probably get them. Oh, we need gas. Probably tomorrow.
Metal's like, there are slug people.
Cal had a
Tomorrow-
beautiful dream that the sanctuary was more competent than we
Yeah,
are,
she's
and that
just
dream
like,
was
oh my.
crushed.
He's like, that's right. I forgot I don't care about those people.
Yeah.
But yeah, you get offered two sides and two sorcerers, which is a decent amount of backup.
Four
But
people, yeah.
unfortunately, they apparently need to take a car over the incredibly tiny, shitty back roads, woods, and can't leave till tomorrow. So they'll get there somewhere between like 11 or 1, depending on how lost they get. But yeah, that's the backup you can expect.
Hey, thank you.
Cal puts her face in her hands, her like veil draping, and she's like, at this point, I genuinely think we are better off calling Elder Longfisher. Mettle, I do not attempt to make offense on your home, but my expectations were low, and this still managed to disappoint me.
You're not close, and you're in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Yes, they're going through a lot right now. Remember it was attacked when we left. Anyway, so they'll be here tomorrow, sometime in the afternoon. And we'll have a car, so that's exciting. I'm sure we can all squeeze in.
Yeah.
How would
I'll
we squeeze in
drive.
if the cleavers are also coming?
Okay. Listen, that's all I could do. So next plan, I found this notebook. I don't have much.
Cal's mad, so she's gonna stalk off to some couch to just work on, a short or long rest.
I
Just
just think
like,
I'm resting.
motherfuckers.
Yeah, what do you want to do while you're hanging out in Connie's house now? You want to go through the materials you got?
Yeah, I'll had a
Yes.
notebook, and I'm interested in that.
Okay.
Yeah. I think Isle will make sure that Connie is wherever they're at, because he might know things he might recognize things that like our
Mhm.
collective knowledge wouldn't know, or know
Yep.
if there's things about the town or whatever. So
Metal's gonna be
Um,
like, I found this. I destroyed a desk.
nice.
yeah.
Did you take the
Alright.
axe, Metal?
I did. She has it on like a belt loop,
Yeah.
Nice.
looking real cool.
It is large, so it's like it's kind of
It's
grabbing her.
dragging on the floor. It's hitting her ankle.
Yeah, definitely like knocking against your ankle as you walk. While they're doing this, Connie can probably set up enough stuff to do sort of a divination ritual. It might take an hour or maybe even longer, but you may be able to try to like step back into the vision you had of the dream, see if things have changed, see if it's gonna like happen tonight or maybe it's gonna happen tomorrow. Something like that, if that's something you want to work on. And yeah, I'll roll me an investigation check with advantage because you've got a lot of time to like kind of work through this for the notebooks and other stuff that you grabbed. And did Mettle grab the notebook from the desk, the papers?
Yeah, she grabbed whatever was
Okay.
in there. She was very proud of herself.
Give me the same then, an investigation check with advantage.
12.
12?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
With a 12, the first thing you see is your saber that you grabbed. Kind of interesting. Just looks like kind of a old sword, which is weird. But as you're kind of looking at it, first thing you notice is that down by the hilt on the blade, there's a bunch of deep grooves that have been like carved into it, and the metal there is clearly a lot fresher. So this was done like recently. And as you're futzing with it, there's a little tassel on the back, and you pull on it, and a little metal rod slides out.
A little what?
A little metal rod.
Okay. I heard gnome rod. That makes okay.
Okay, well, Fish.
The sacred
watched-
weapon, the gnome rod.
Fish has watched her do this, and they immediately go, "That'll be to tase the slugs."
I literally. That's the select taser.
Wait, tasers
Yep.
don't exist yet. That'll be to
Help you bayonet
get
the
off the
slug.
slugs.
Technically, at this point in time, tasers do exist, but not as a product you can buy.
No.
Because the taser is named after the Thomas A. Swift electronic rifle, which was from like an old sci-fi book in like the 30s.
Okay. That'll be to electro rifle the slugs.
Do we think Skullduggery invented the sorcerer taser at this point and called it like the spark or something? So Skullduggery Pleasant.
He never
And-
invents anything in the books.
Oh,
he just
okay.
has usually like
Has
gets a hand on him.
You do see that over the grooves there is some scrape marks that are about the width of the rod, as well as a little bit of damage on the tip of the rod too. And you think that those two features kind of go together in some way.
Damn, wish I knew. Isle looks around the room like,
I'd say with a 12, it occurs to you to kind of like run the striker along the grooves on the sword.
I do that.
As it goes across, the entire sword blade vibrates. You've essentially made
A vibrator.
tuning fork out of the entire sword, and the vibrations begin as just kind of sound, but then become more complicated, and you can actually feel a little bit of pressure building up behind your eyes. And I think you've actually experienced this kind of thing before. You were once with your family robbing a house of a dimensional shunter, and you the item you were after was a pocket watch. And when you pulled it out and clicked the button, this similar sort of magical vibration came out of it. And in one of your father's kind of more willing to explain moods. He told you that part of the culture of dimensional shunters is that because you never know when you're going to go into a different dimension and just never come back, you're going to die or something. It is expected of all dimensional shunters that they record the dimensions that they find in some way. If they're more scholarly and they're okay with people seeing it, there's a paper notation you can do of this sort of vibration. If they're a little more tricky, a little more trying to hide it or keep it secret, they will hide the vibration in some sort of object that they have enchanted to get it. So you don't know where this sword belongs to, even if it's necessarily Canton's or another shunter that he took it from. But this sword is functionally a compass directing you to a dimension that a shunter has discovered. Maybe this is the slug dimension where they come from, and you now have a way to get another shunter there. Maybe it's to a different one. Maybe it's to the fake gold planet or something else. You're not sure, but this is one of what has to be one of Canton's most prized possessions because these kind of things are like in a safe somewhere because you gotta know where you're going and most shunters can kind of memorize enough to get back to the ones they've been visiting recently. But if you want to share that info with someone else, you usually need this object. It also kind of proves that you have a claim over it and you can sell this information to people. Yeah, you stole Canton's shit that was important. And then with the 12, the notes that you go through, some of the loose leaf papers are letters of delinquency for debt. And you get the sense that Canton, Carmine, and the whole kind of operation is incredibly deeply in debt. The other notebook seems to be Canton's personal journal. It's incredibly disorganized and with sloppy handwriting. You think, maybe if Carmine was doing it, it would be a lot more useful. But it's like veers between like what he had for breakfast today and like really obscure references to like slug powers and experiments. So with a 12, I'll tell you kind of what information you can glean from this very disorganized book.
Okay, before you start, Patrick, after
Yep.
that, can I make a separate roll for Fish to just take the book away and be like, all right, I'm just going through the whole fucking thing?
Yeah, sure.
Cool.
Yeah, I'll say actually do your own investigation check. If it is 10 or higher, you help boost up IELTS scores. You work on it together. If it's 9 or lower, you're just kind of a distraction.
Oh, nice. That's
Yeah.
what Fish does best.
Fish wins either way.
Exactly 10.
Okay, yeah, you managed to help. Instead of a 12, we'll say that's like a 16 now.
Yeah.
Through the book, you find some references to having to kind of leave town after prior failures, always kind of looking for the next big score, the next thing that's really going to set you for life. You get a little bit of kind of the discovery of this slug dimension and kind of the slug creatures. And you get a little bit about their powers and structure. You find out that what Canton has uncreatively named the betas are the normal slugs that seem to be
Beta
infecting
cucks.
people. And what
Has he
Canton has
named it the
acquired,
Omegaverse?
yeah, what betas are nodding in your spine when they control you. What Canton has is what he describes as an alpha, which is a larger, more like grown version of the betas and has a certain amount of control over them, seemingly in the kind of the equivalent of like a queen controls a hive of bees. The alpha kind of gives directions to the betas, and without that, the betas can't really do that much other than just be a parasite. Like larger order thinking is kind of beyond them without that influence. And that yes, this kind of range thing that Mettle and Coni have noticed may seem to be distance from Canton, or rather distance from the slug that Canton has. There is no reference to like actually slugging people. It seems like they did their experiments on animals, specifically pigs, that they bought in town, and you see frequent mentions of something called the mother load, which is as Canton sort of explored this alternate dimension, and they did experiments, and they found that this red glass had certain properties that were really beneficial. They also found that it's actually pretty hard to get, like not just the danger of going into the other dimension, but that they can really only get it in kind of very small quantities, and that it's the bigger chunks are exponentially better. And in their exploration, Canton found a something he calls the mother lode, which is a very large collection of giant pieces of this material. And later in the journal, he seems to focus on that a lot more, kind of the answer to his prayers, that if he can get the mother lode, if he can bring that back to our world, he will have a huge amount of this material to do with as he pleases, and it may actually be feasible to do things like the phones and things like that, because right now you're getting the sense that kind of what you saw in his lab and in the demonstration was most of what he has managed to harvest. He vastly oversold to the investors how easy it is to get this stuff, and was desperately hoping for the money in order to get more.
Are we assuming that the mother lode is this farm?
It is a location in the other dimension where it correlates into our dimension. You don't know, but that would make sense.
Probably.
Yeah.
Fish actually in the other dimension saw a large red glow on the horizon, which was the mother lode. And as you get towards the end of the notebook, the writing becomes more slapshot. Days go to time without messages. The messages are sloppier and make less sense, and you get a sense of, with a 16, you get a sense of desperation as he's getting to the end here. More talk about debts coming due, and you do see a small note. With a 16 is high enough to interpret a small note referring to someone calling in a large debt, which you know to be B from the letters. And at the very end, the last entry says, we don't have any choice. It's now or never. We have to try it. If this doesn't work, I don't know what else will. And then that was listed about 3 weeks ago, and there has been no entry since.
The slugging.
Yeah, fully slugged for sure. Was there any reference specifically to what happens if an alpha is not present, or perhaps dies? What happens?
With the 16, I will say that yes, you can. This is a page that has incredibly sloppy handwriting, and also had something spilled on it at some point, that's obscuring a lot of the words. But with the 16, you really get in there and interpret it, and it seems like the alpha gives directions to the beta, so that if the alpha is gone or is dead, the betas are more animalistic, kind of focused on their own survival as well as any like previous instructions. You get specifically a reference to the fact that if you give a slugged person like instructions, they will continue to carry out that instruction after they are out of range or the alpha is no longer there, and they will just keep doing that over and over again. So they're a lot more animalistic, not able to like accomplish any like goals or anything. They're still fairly aggressive, but they can't like strategize beyond like an animalistic way. And you get the sense that that's kind of the same if they're out of range versus if the alpha is dead, just kind of like the alpha is not present to direct them and connect to this kind of hive mind. And that also betas will kind of do anything to protect the alpha and keep them kind of close and alive to prevent this from happening.
Mm-hmm.
The alpha is like their mind. Anything else you want from the notebook, from the journal?
This is Ink speaking because Edge of Tomorrow doesn't exist yet. But like in Edge of Tomorrow, we have to find the really big one. And
is there a Omega? Is there a pre-alpha?
As far as you can tell, the betas.
That wasn't necessarily a question for Patrick. That was, but you can. I'd love an answer.
From the notes that you've seen, there's no reference to anything higher than an alpha, and betas become an alpha by like feeding for a long period of time and being kind of old. It's just kind of like a development stage, if that makes sense. It's, you know, I'd say without a roll, with your animal knowledge, it might make sense that there's like more advanced stages if like an alpha continued to grow for like a long time, but who knows with an alien species.
I know about Pokemon.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Alpha is the Charizard. Is there a Mega Charizard X? Who knows?
The Alaskan bullworm is actually in the other room.
Yeah.
And that's what we're going to kill.
What was Mettle's investigation roll for her documents?
I got a dirty 20.
Okay. Yeah, dude.
Nice.
With the dirty 20, you know everything about the papers you pulled out, which were more like letters from creditors and kind of financial information. You get that reading between the lines of the accounting books, Canton is extremely in debt, so crushingly, completely in debt that this has to be a last cast of the dice, winner take all scenario, because he's like genuinely going to prison or somebody's going to kill him for the amount of debt that he is in.
Oh, God.
Also get the sense that like he has actually never made a profit, that even in all of his adventures, all of the articles that have been written, the time he wrote a book about his adventures that was only kind of loosely truthful, things like that, is just kind of been like bailing water on the Titanic. That like he's always been able to talk well enough and make relationships with people well enough that he could be able to move on to somewhere else without getting too many consequences for his debt, but it has been accumulating for the last like 50 years, and that
Must
it is
be a millennial, am I right?
Yeah, he's still got student loans he's paying off.
Wow, Mettle and Fish really got him then. What a loser.
And it has now though reached a point beyond the pale, and you do see that he has a debt marked to B that is genuinely 3 times the size he owes anyone else.
Can we ask Coni if there's anyone named B that he knows? Or like that do you know anyone loaded named B?
You know, like a famous bee person.
Is there a bee who lives with like Bee Pickle? Like it's named after him. Yeah, Bee. It's Beyonce. Fuck.
I would say there is theoretically a chance that Connie would actually know this information. Give me.
Connie knows Beyonce?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Connie knows Beyonce personally. In
Connie
fact,
and Beyonce were lovers.
Was an agent of the Sanctuary. You know, she retired and then eventually she got into music. But like, yeah, Connie was her handler back in the day. No, give me a history check. This is a DC of 18 for you to know this person, because this is something that has to do with kind of your work as an agent, but it's really deep lore, something that became a lot more important after you left.
Oh,
Bartholomew.
Bitch.
Oh, that's a 5.
Oh
With the
no,
five?
no,
No.
B is lost to us.
No!
We'll never
Well-
know.
Oh, I only know A.
Yeah.
That's-
Down in Louisiana, big crime boss. He goes by A.
Thanks, Connie. It's worth a shot.
Yeah. Anything else you guys want to do? Anything else you want to prepare for? Or are we going to do Connie's vision now?
We can do this after Connie's vision, but at some point Cal finds an empty room to take her locket out and contact Brother Tuninus.
Gotcha.
But you're calling when we want to do those scenes.
Well, we'll do Connie's vision first. You suddenly find yourself in the dream that you've had, and you can still hear a little bit of the sound of the explosion. Still hear a little bit of movement, smoke drifting through, the sound of creatures skittering. And something larger moving through. Make a perception or nature check.
Okay. I'll make perception.
Make a perception check. Okay.
Oh, that's 15.
With a 15, you can see that through the smoke and the fog, the sun is still high in the sky in this future event. And now that it's even closer to the event happening, you can feel below the surface a little bit of the magical tension creating this moment. And you understand that to a certain extent, the timing is important to it. It has to be on this specific day at this specific time. And you feel that tension, that clarity, how vivid the vision is for you now. And you know that although you don't know the exact time, somewhere in the mid-afternoon, maybe sometime between maybe 10 and 4, somewhere along those lines, this is going to happen tomorrow. And you step out of the quiet room where maybe you had an old rocking chair, some candles, and your tea as you summoned this vision, and you now know that this is rather imminent, but not immediate.
Did I see the silhouettes of the 4 of like the party again?
You do. Just as they come through out of the smoke, you can see them a little more clearly this time, a little battered, a little bloody, but holding together, and the dream extends just a little bit, just goes a little bit longer than it has previously, as Isle steps forward and grabs your arm and hoists you to your feet, and then it ends suddenly.
And then does it end, or?
Yep, it just all of a sudden, without any kind of fading that you get as you woke up when you dream it naturally, the vision just collapses into nothing, and you are sitting in this rocking chair in your home.
We know that you were doing that. Can we all just look over and be like,
Yeah, because
I just thought that's what old people do. We're like, he's napping again.
Because if he's gone off, I want to say that like Fish is lingering around to catch him once he comes back out.
Yeah, as you come out of the sitting room, you find a Fish kind of waiting for you.
Mm-hmm. And I, friendlily clap Connie on the back and go, "Hey, Farmer Fields, good news, I hope."
No.
Cool.
It never is. You feel in your mind a little bit of pressure, and then kind of a release as you recognize Kekano's mental touch. And you can hear the surf kind of going in and out as Kekano goes, "Calm, it's okay." As this small magical seal creature is trying to comfort you after your harrowing vision.
Thanks.
You're welcome. And then Kekano kind of spins in Fish's arms. It's like, I did a good job.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, so I mean, I guess I'll just like tell you all. Basically, it's tomorrow's the day. Like, I'm pretty much 100% sure that it's gonna be tomorrow.
Well,
And
that's all.
Had we been under the impression that it was today when we arrived?
You knew it was soon. You didn't.
Okay.
It could be today, could be tomorrow, could be sometime later this week. Like, the future is nebulous to a certain extent.
And I know it's roughly around. When I dreamed, the sun was high in the sky, so like sometime around high noonish. Some like leeway there, but around that midday.
Al says high noon, and a cowboy hat magically appears on her head, and a toothpick magically appears in her mouth.
Mettle's doing calculations like, okay, so they said they would be here 11 or what?
Isle says, can we stop the sun?
Oh, man.
If anyone can, it's you, Isle.
The necromancer with shadow abilities sitting next to Fish looks at Fish as they say that and just silently shakes her
Say
head.
it again, bitch.
Say it to my face.
Aww. Okay, you wanted to call
Isle's
Titus?
face just goes, okay.
I need to run to the restroom. I will be right back.
Okay.
Pardon? So sorry.
We have to hold. Mads wants to take notes on tinnitus, I know.
Yeah, we gotta wait till Matt gets back. So Matt can take her
Do
notes.
people ever call him tinnitus and he has to correct them?
Yeah.
Yeah, Fish.
He's gonna be like,
Yeah.
he's gonna be like, Caligulus, you got like 70 more packages, and I opened all of them, and I'm not gonna hear it.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
It was all cocaine for some reason?
Cal's secret career as a drug dealer.
And what do you think is under the veil, bro? Not a petticoat, it's a mountain of coke.
I wear the veil specifically because
So I don't get it.
it
So
hides
I'm
the
not
coke
caught.
and the blood running out of my nose.
Yep. Yep.
Cal smokes weed every day.
True. She's got weed socks on. It's all
Mhm.
black and then weed socks.
I think Cal would be a lot more relaxed if he smoked weed every day.
Yeah, no, it's true.
Nightmare blunt
feel it-
rotation. The entire
Literally.
magic quarter.
Oh, no.
Connie's the only good one in that blunt rotation. I know Connie has like literal pipe weed, but
Yeah. Connie, correct me if I'm wrong, Harry, because this is entirely your lore that you get to decide. I bet Connie out by his fence line is just growing just a crossbreed you wouldn't believe.
Maybe a little.
Yeah.
How do your animals look so peaceful? What do you feed them?
Swifty's gonna get into the catnip at some point if we leave
Yeah.
Mhm.
her alone too long.
The barn cat's gonna show her where the good shit is.
Yeah, and Fish will be able to hear and be like, "Oh fuck." Okay.
Yeah.
Talk with animals. Do you think that like the universe is just us, like all together, and the love we share? Oh, Swifty's high.
Farm explodes immediately.
Have you told Geneva about her new OC, Geneva Convention yet?
I did. She's ready. She's ready.
Nice.
I wanted to find. There's like the one. It's the Shrek 2. Like they don't even have dental, but it was talking about how like the Geneva Convention doesn't exist in like fantasy worlds, and he
Mhm.
says they don't even have Geneva. So that's us. That's where we're at. But yes, I guess I don't know. I think she's probably asleep because they drove from Chicago, so I think she's
Ew.
asleep.
Oh shit.
Not that Geneva knows how to drive. Her friend drove her.
Mood!
Gosh.
Yeah. Relatable for you?
Yeah.
Being
Neither
sleepy.
Harry nor
I don't know how
GT
to drive.
drive. I also
Yes,
hate driving.
there's
I
dozens of
can.
us.
It just
Dozens.
sucks.
See, I respect you a lot for that because you are the kind of person who you're like, I'm tired. I don't like driving. I got other shit to deal with. You could have just not learned, but
Yeah.
you did, and you do drive.
Got places to go. Gotta
Just feels
get.
shamey.
I gotta haul Harry to. Actually, Harry doesn't go that many places. But I should
Harry, you're
say-
being called out.
Yeah.
They don't
No,
go
this is-
places.
He's right.
Yeah, true.
Oh.
All right, let's get into the drama.
Right, man.
Okay, so Cal takes Swifty from her pocket, probably deposits her on Mettle's lap as Mettle probably looks very anxious about something, and then kind of like quietly sweeps out of the room and finds another room in the house to take her call.
Kekano slides out of Fish's arms and is just like playing with Swifty and keeping her company, supervising, being a good babysitter slash big brother.
Big brother.
Yeah,
Big one, okay, no.
I actually thought about this the other day because Kekano is magically created. Even though you met Swifty second, Kekano is technically younger than Swifty
Yes,
is.
it's true.
Okay, so you find a nice quiet space and you call Tinnitus. The amulet goes cold. feel a little bit of a vibration in it. And then he answers. Hello, Sister Denier. What can I help?
Hello. Nothing pressing that I believe you can have any particular insight onto. Just doing a usual sort of check-in. We have unfortunately been derailed by mortal problems once again in an even more irrelevant situation.
Interesting. I was not informed that you'd been delayed in any way. I will have words with the administrator about that.
We already tried to ask of a way to be brought back to our main purposes, and we were told that they will be manually driving a car. Mortal invention. I don't know if you know that.
Yes.
To our location because the train lines are down.
And I also understand that there is some goings on in Budapest that has drawn many of the teleporters.
Yes, that's what we were told as well.
Well, my advice, such that it is that mortal problems are mortal problems. You must keep your thoughts focused only on death and on our faith.
Mm-hmm. Is there anything else that you wanted to tell me?
I cannot think of any at the moment, although I have been in some conversations regarding your pilgrimage with Abbot Pagan of the Deep Bay Sanctuary. Are you familiar?
Am I?
It was in your sister's letters.
Oh, shit.
That was who was running your sister's.
Oh, yeah.
One of the few kind of major abbots in the United States. You know, kind of close
Gotcha.
to you. Yeah.
She goes, oh, that was Sister Tice, guardian when she was on her pilgrimage, was it not?
Now that you mention it, yes, I believe so. We were discussing sort of the scope of the problem we had set in front of you. I do not mean to in any way imply that I doubt your abilities, but we have set you a rather large task, and now with the sanctuary demanding at least some of your attention for these errands, we believe that it may be prudent to give you some necromantic assistance and guidance. The talks are, of course, still ongoing, but my hope is that we would be able to dispatch some other necromancers to you to help take the load off, help work on your behalf in trying to establish a new temple in the
From our temple or one of the American ones?
We would be sending at least some of our own to keep an eye on our interests. But Abbot Pagan has expressed a lot of interest in you specifically, but also in the state of the necromancers in Canada. And we have decided to work together on this issue. So we may be sending representatives from both of our temples.
Of course, I would not mind being reunited with any of my brothers and sisters from our temple, but do we not feel any sort of hesitation towards trusting Brother Pagan and any of the necromancers? Sorry, was it?
It's actually Sister Pagan.
Oh, sorry, Sister Pagan and any of the flock from her temple. I don't believe you would fault me for being hesitant to trust the woman who, well, at some point was to some degree was responsible for my sister being lost.
Abbot Pagan and I have discussed Elysium's loss in quite a bit of detail, and I have intimated with her that assisting you in this manner would go some ways towards bringing our temples back into alignment. But at the end of the night, we are all brothers and sisters in the faith. And while suspicion is necessary for a necromancer, it is good to remember that suspicion must be saved for the outsiders.
Of course. Forgive me for speaking out of turn. I don't intend to doubt your judgment. It's, you know, that Sister Tice and I were true bloodborne siblings, which is rare in our temple. And it gave us a different relationship, and it is still a difficult subject for me.
I am aware, sister. And while I am your abbot now, I have not always been a necromancer of the temples confined to their borders. I understand that while we all grieve the loss of Sister Tithe, our pain is not comparable to your own.
Thank you for saying that. And of course, you have been you have taken up the role of the abbot of our temple as well as anyone could, and I am very grateful for your watchful eye over me and all the other members, even when we are far away.
I'm not going to say that's straight up a deception, but
What did you want? Sorry, what did you want me to do?
give me a persuasion check and also an insight check on this.
So which one? Sorry, because it's two. Are we saying the first one is
Either order. Just
okay? Cool.
Just pick before you roll. This is the persuasion roll.
Okay.
I was like, I love this guy. I love Brother Tintus. He's like so awesome and great.
I'm gonna say perception. I got.
Insight.
Huh?
Insight.
Oh, insight. I'm gonna say insight. I got a 8, and then persuasion. I got a 21. That feels.
Brother Tinnitus, you can hear just a little bit of hesitation in his voice, but then he continues, and you feel that you have successfully convinced him that you are.
But I don't fucking hate his gods. Yeah.
Any kind of trouble between you in the past, any kind of disloyalty to him personally, or disagreements, or kind of rebelliousness that you and your sister had is in the past, and that you are thoroughly on his side at this point. With an 8 insight, I think he's trying to hide this from you. So let me roll against it instead of just saying what you glean. Okay, well, double-edged sword that is. He rolled very low. So you do glean that this sort of help that you're getting is not wholly help. It is also
Yeah.
a certain
I picked up on that.
supervision Yeah, and that this may be related to the sort of stumble, perhaps, in when you were in the Clanlands and asking for help. The time when didn't quite believe you when you said you were having just theoretical conversations about exploring death and souls. Um, not that he doesn't trust you, but perhaps that he has realized that it's a lot harder to get accurate information from someone who is so far removed from sort of his sphere of control. Was there anything else, sister?
Just so you know that I am not in the sanctuary. I'm in a small town called Pickleburg. Pickleburg.
Okay.
It's a mortal food, I think. I don't know. And we are hopefully getting reinforcements from the sanctuary to do this shunter mortal mind control animal problem.
Shunter involved in your problems. I thought this was entirely a mortal issue.
He's using it to control mortals. As far as I can tell, no sorcerer has been wrapped up in this issue until myself and the sanctuary members arrived. His name is Canton Flack. That has any... is a name of any importance?
Importance, no. Familiarity, unfortunately, yes.
No. Well, I would, in that case, apologies for me assuming that he was someone irrelevant to us and our cause. Anything you know could be helpful.
He is, I will say, irrelevant to us and our cause. I have personally had not dealings with him directly, but dealings with others that have dealt with him. And he is, if I may speak candidly, sister, an ass.
She does her little exhale laugh and goes, I would completely concur with that.
Well, I will say that I see no benefit for our temple or our faith in interfering with mortal business, even if a shunter is involved. I will say that personally, if you can ruin whatever he is doing, I would appreciate it.
Just because you don't personally like the man?
In a conversation at a party among some of the early founders of the sanctuary, he called me, what was it? A ghoul dick dipped in tar.
You were at a party?
I did have something of a wild life before rededicating myself to our faith.
I would have never guessed.
Well, he also called me a mortal endearment, tried to attack me with a mortal sword, used a shunt to redirect me outside. As you can tell, I did not suffer any for it, because he is an extremely competent man, but I did not care for it. Would anyone... Obviously, you know that it's never my outright goal to send someone, especially someone unworthy, down the stream of death. Do you know any... Would it be... reflect badly on our temple if he dies in a obviously life or death self-defense sort of situation?
I believe Canton has always been someone with friends in some high places, or at least debts in high places. It could cause trouble of a political nature, but I do
Understood.
not believe that any aspersions would be cast against us or our faith if he were to meet his demise in some mortal town named Picklesburg.
Thank you. That actually cleared up more for me than I was expecting. I will give you the good, happy news if he ends up going along the street.
Thank you, sister.
Anything else of interest that I may need to know? He also has his assistant, Carmine.
Yes, Miss.
Yes.
They were newly associated when I had dealings with them. I do not know much about her.
She seems much more capable than he is, which makes her a lot more of a threat. I'm more concerned about her than I am him.
On short acquaintance, I would agree with your assessment.
I heard the conversation about discussing of the bee with Connie, right?
Yeah, you were like kind of you were right next to them when I was discussing with Connie. This was before you dipped out, and you also were like just outside the broken window when Fish was like, "Who's B?" when
Then I will say,
so,
Fish. I don't think I would have said this before, but seeing as I actually am getting information, Fish has somehow cyclically beamed to me.
And I go, we are also seeking any information on association of cantons only known by the initial B.
I'm rolling. This is a very high DC.
Yeah. Barbie, Beyonce.
Yeah. I'm afraid that the majority of Canton's associates are unknown to me, and this is someone who has risen to any sort of prominence in North America since my leaving, I would not know them.
All right, thank you. It seems if we do eliminate Canton or possibly stop his plans, I would not be surprised if B became interested in this group I am in as a result. I would advise you to keep any listening ears out for that. And so unfortunately, due to the nature of these things, it may become an issue of our temple by association, even if I had nothing to do with it.
I understand, and I appreciate you putting our temple first, as you should.
Of course, always.
May the shroud wrap you and protect you, sister.
And may the stream carry you gently and quickly.
And the amulet starts to warm up in your hands as the call ends. A disappears.
She goes, I did not actually expect him to be useful.
Shrugs, exits the room to rejoin the others.
Exactly the same thing that Fish did with Connie when he excused himself. Fish has posted themselves right outside the door to be like, hey, good news!
What's going on? Give me the
I checked in with the abbot of my temple, the one you don't like, tinnitus. And surprisingly, he is aware of Canton Fleck, did not give me any particularly interesting information, though you would like this. Apparently, once at a party, he referred to my abbot as a ghoul dick dipped in tar. I
Ah,
thought you.
thanks for thinking
Uh,
of me, Danielle.
That's so sweet.
Nothing particularly interesting. Just that he solely supports us doing whatever we can to ruin his plans, and I have base permission to kill him.
That's great. You know what? I like your tinnitus guy a bit more every day.
Hmm. I don't know if he's earned that.
Okay. Anything else you guys want to settle on doing? It's now getting towards kind of the early evening, around dinner time. Is there anything you want to do to set up for the night? You're now pretty confident that whatever disaster is going to happen is not going to happen tonight. It's going to happen tomorrow. But you do still have enemies, you know. So you might want to post a guard or something like that. Or is there anything else you want to do to kind of prepare for tomorrow or those kind of things?
Go ahead, Ink.
Oh, okay. I was thinking maybe we could bust out one of the symbols.
I was gonna say the same thing.
Yeah.
Cal's gonna be like a notebook.
Yes.
Steady sesh.
Mm-hmm.
Also, didn't we find shit around? Did we already dismantle all of the like weird spells that were put up around Canton's farm when you guys found that like on the posts or whatever?
No, in fact, you very specifically
Yeah.
did not disassemble it. You
Oh,
left
because
Yeah.
we didn't want to fuck it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is kind of like still what I think is the best. Like if we can't figure it out. I mean, it might be worth like going out with what little daylight or evening light there is left. Fish can just be like, no, I still don't know.
Yeah. I was gonna ask Coni the names of all of his animals.
Important.
Yeah.
Dude, you're like, does the silky chicken have a name? No. Its name is Collagenous now.
Could it be Cal?
I would say you can either give me a symbol magic check to try to create a symbol that you could use for tomorrow, or do a symbol magic check to try to figure out the symbols on the fence line. I don't think you necessarily have the time and study resources to do both. But I will say if Cal is helping you with her notes and such, you could probably make that with advantage.
Okay.
So I lied. The chicken's name should be Cal Chickenous.
We have but now we have to do all of them. Now we have to do all of them.
Isle and Mettle go outside and they
Metal
survey the
is
farm.
Mootle!
They're
Metal is Mootle!
Oh, Vanna, I
all
got
animals and taking them.
Connor may not have
Fish
named
is fish.
all of his chickens. He probably named his cow.
Yeah, the cow.
You're just experiencing making up new names for your animal and bothering them about names.
Vanna, you shared a screen cap of me before. Now I get to share one of you.
Oh, great. This is gonna be great.
I think that your reaction to Cal Chickeness.
God bless.
Immortalized forever, thank God.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll use that as a reaction.
Yeah.
We should.
I've made a lot of jokes that I'm proud of in these games. Cal Chickenous may have gotten my best reaction.
I think that one needs the sub caption that just says Beyonce.
Yeah, which Mooney also made that joke today. But it yeah.
I really like the idea that to cheer up Mettle, Isle is like, let's go around and name all of the animals.
Yes.
And
Cal and Fish are deeply studying and
Yeah.
intently reading their notebooks and peering at the fence post.
Also, excuse me, Swifty and Kekano go with you outside to name the animals.
Good.
They're hanging out.
I think if we're out there, Mettle could also just I don't know, just generally survey the grounds, make sure, no live bombs have been planted since we've been gone by chance. Just make sure everything looks cool.
Give me a perception check. And Ink, you need to decide whether you're doing studying for new symbol or fence line, and do your roll.
I think, there's always a possibility that the fence line symbol cancels out any symbol that goes within it.
Yes.
But I would kind of rather, try to put my own thing on the farmhouse. What do you think, Mooney?
So I would be giving advantage either way, right, Patrick?
Correct.
I feel like Cal would be more concerned about the damage of someone else's sigil, possibly a very experienced sigilist, versus using, I don't know if she says it this bitchily, but using a amateur sigil. Oh my goodness!
Whoa!
King of the Rock!
And there's nothing you girls can do about it.
Thank you, Vienna.
Yeah.
You're so welcome.
It's there.
He's so tall.
He likes to be tall.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he deserves.
Everything's under control.
He's gonna push Singapore
Everything's
off.
coming up, Noodle.
Yes, don't push Singapore off, please. Okay, you can push other things.
Your name is blocking whatever Singapore is. Is that a person? Oh no, is it Lego? I see now.
It's the Lego Singapore, the place,
Yes. Yes. Listen, I don't know what the animes have, what y'all's characters are named.
Hetalia. Are you a Hetalia stan, Ink? I know you had embarrassing fandoms before I knew you.
Oh, thanks. No, never.
Wow.
Am I wrong?
You just like the other day posted something that you were like, I can't talk about which fandom this is from because people will get mad at me.
It was Steven Universe.
Oh, that's a good one.
Well, yeah. Oh, you have to be a bitch to be mad about Steven Universe.
No,
Yeah.
well and truly.
Yeah, I know a lot of bitches.
Fair.
Fish. That's just a fish.
Yeah, that's a fish line.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Cal would say that she's more concerned about trying to dismantle a potential expert sigil as opposed to one that you have crafted while your work at Chris's house was exceptional. I would like to tackle the problem right in front of us before we try to create anything new.
That is her advice. It's the final choice is yours.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, no, Fish goes valid.
Fish is starting to be able to take criticism.
Yeah, notes from other people.
Just a little bit. Okay, then yeah. Yeah, okay.
All right, give me your rolls.
Oh wait, no, I'll
Not
get
my King's Hawaiian rolls.
I love those. Money hates them.
I do.
Our mom hates them. Geneva's cat likes them.
Ha ha ha.
I don't think cats should eat those.
They only recently discovered that she likes them.
Well, with advantage, I've rolled a natural 20, which -5 is still 15.
But
Yeah,
That's-
the natural 20 does offset the -5 just a little bit. So yeah. Okay.
Nice.
I
All
love
of them?
that. As a quick note, I love that Patrick made the system to be so fucked in against Fish's favor, and then I
Yeah.
just happened to roll a nat 20, and you're like, "Yeah, you've completely broken my system."
Yep.
Now Cal can give advantage every single time. I'm like,
Yep.
Pretty much. Yeah.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
Well, you head outside and dig up some of the fence line to unbury the stones that have sigils on them. You also dig up one or two of the fence posts, which have some kind of connecting sigils. And looking in Cal's book and your own spell book, you find some little pieces of things that you didn't kind of realize go together before, but they could, theoretically. And you get the sense that while the spell itself created by these symbols is a little too big and too complicated for you to totally wrap your head around, you get the sense that it is a sort of sealing / protecting spell, that it is something to enclose and trap, but in like something of a positive way. And you also have enough experience with that role to know that if you destroy one of the stones or one of the fence posts or wreck one of the sigils or something like that, that would weaken it to the point where if there was enough changes, it would create a hole in whatever barrier this is.
Right. Okay.
Do we think that Fleck is trying to protect Farmerfield?
It does not look like it is. Based on what you can tell, this effect is focused inward rather than outward. It is not necessarily a protection from something outside getting in. It is a protection from something inside getting out.
It's a bubble. The explosion.
I think.
so if something explodes, it will make sure not to explode anything besides the farm.
Yes. I think overall, this is a good thing? Question mark? Danielle?
I wish I had your confidence, but sure.
Good news?
Well, I mean, like, listen, all we have to do, right? Because if this is supposed to contain an explosion, for example, all we have to do is be on the other side of it, evacuate the animals, and just get a good spot to see the fireworks.
I believe there is value to the land and the house.
Coni inside's like, what do I hire y'all for?
Doesn't he use this to grow food, which is his livelihood?
Look, I'll give him one of my last fish charms, okay?
That is generous of
The
you.
fish.
Teach a man to fish.
I'm sorry that you lost like an entire year's worth of crop and you're going to be picking shrapnel out of your soil for like the next 20 years and everything is like dead and poisoned from like an extra dimensional entity. However, in exchange, I am giving you 1 20-pound tuna.
Didn't even have to go and get it. You can have it right now.
Yeah.
Think about it.
It's the fish photos, but Connie's just crying. Also, I want you guys to know that Amelia Madrigal is playing right outside my living room very loudly right now.
I can hear that.
Yep. So that's
Janita, like, came in my room and said she was gonna watch Encanto.
what. That's rude. See what we do. See what we deal with. She comes home and watches Encanto, not with us, but so we can hear it.
Yeah, as loud as possible.
Yeah, I can't, like, hear all of it, but I can hear the bass line from my room.
I'm pretty sure that's
I can tell
the
this is
Geneva
waiting on a
Conventions.
miracle.
It's actually the entire point of the Geneva Convention.
Cal says, "Oh, go ahead."
Oh no, just that like me, Inc. I'm fully aware that's totally like an asshole thing to think, but it's what Fish thinks.
That's kind of who Fish is, yeah.
Cal says, "Regardless, I feel like that is Farmer Field's decision to make, and not ours. We should let him know that that is what the sigil's purpose is, and our speculations for why it's being used on his land.
Oh,
Is there anything?"
no, totally. Like if we're gonna blow it up, it should be, his decision. Anyway.
The other thing that you got from it is that those sigils are not currently active. There's no power flowing through them yet. Whatever effect this is going to have, it hasn't been activated yet. And you know enough about symbol magic at this point to know that activation can be like somebody turning it on, but it can also be like set to activate under certain conditions.
Yep.
Cal says, "The Chantre wants his land. Would the explosion be a controlled explosion to clear off the animals, the crops, the house, and Coni and Farmer Fields to leave the land open for him?"
Probably. When I was in the other dimension, I don't know if did I tell you this? He put me in the other dimension for a second. It was just
I did see. Yes.
No, you didn't, because the door was in the way. Anyway.
No, I came in through the door. How did you think I was there when you reappeared?
Yeah, they let you in. Anyway, I saw a big thing on the horizon, and in that notebook there, he was talking about the mother lode. I think it's gonna just be here, So I think you're right, and he wants to just clear it out. Well, I don't even know how much of this is Canton because Carmine is much more in charge than we think.
Yes. We could kill both of them. I know this is why land is in trouble in first place, but I am really unable to come up with a decision that is better than. No.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna say it, Denya. I don't think solutions are our strong point, but at least
we shouldn't be even asked to come up with the solutions. That is what I've been trying to say over and over. My apologies. It is very frustrating to be told that you are bad at handling a situation you should not be handling at all. I don't want to receive criticism for how I handled saving the world from the sanctuary when I was not supposed to be saving any sort of world.
So valid.
Okay. Maybe you can go and tell Kekano about it. But not me. Maybe tell Mettle how you're feeling, because I know that she cares a lot about that sort of stuff. Right now, I'd like to fix this somehow and avoid an invasion and people getting eaten, possibly.
You are a good Samaritan, but I struggle to find why I could personally be invested in this issue.
Sorry.
I'm gonna go talk to Isle.
This is very much. Why do you want to save the universe? Someone lives here.
On the other side of the farm, I rolled a 9, so I think everything is really good. I also feel like we have found a fish pond or like a little bit of water with minnows in it, and Mettle's like, this one's easy because this can just be fish but spelled Fish. So we just need one more. What would you like to Guile? There's a lot of different animals here. I forget what they are, but we've got cows, we've got chickens.
There's a cat.
There was a horse. There was a horse.
Mm.
You could be the horse.
Thank you.
That means a lot.
It
That means a
does.
lot. Thank you.
Before we get into Isle's name, with a 9 perception, you can kind of hear that Fish and Cal are having an argument, although not really about what. And you don't see any like obvious threats. You don't see anybody who's been like digging up Canton's land. You don't see really that the neighbors are doing anything or that anybody's kind of moving around. So you don't see any immediate threats. And you do also see quite a lot of animals.
I'll
Can
hide.
I do a check if any of the animals have been slugged?
Ooh.
Oh yeah, I was actually pretty concerned about that earlier when we were talking about it.
Pigs.
Are all of you doing that check? Like,
Yeah,
have you-
I'll say we rejoin them, not to have therapy because Cal would never, but to just discuss.
What about Connie?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay.
Connie
You-
says, "Who's slugging on my hog?"
You
Commit to that.
You almost abandoned that joke before you said it, but you went through with it anyway.
I respect
Mettle
that.
pops her head in. Mettle pops her head in the door, and she's like, "Connie, I feel like your animals might have been slugged. If you want to come help us check."
Just to put a resolution on Fish's argument with Cal, they're just like coming away from this being like, this woman is impossible. Can't fucking talk to her.
That's fine.
Oh,
Cal gave you a dirty insult to call people. This is what you do to her.
they're going in opposite directions.
I would say then I need either one of you to roll perception perception or animal handling with advantage, or 2 of you roll perception or animal handling straight. And then with Connie's expertise being there, add like +5 on top of anything else that you do. Because these are his animals, and he knows if they've been acting weird or if anything's wrong.
I have
Is this
+3
for-
to both.
I have +5 to both.
Oh, there we go.
I'll definitely should roll.
I was like, I know the
Tell
slug
me your
now.
problems.
Let me fix this slug. I can fix these slugs.
Yeah, I think Isle should redeem herself and just do the advantage.
Yeah.
Natural 20, natural 20!
I literally rolled a natural 20.
Yeah.
I rolled a 14 and then I rolled a 20.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make that no matter what.
Wow, that was
Yeah,
2 nat
before I-
20s in a row.
I
Actually,
know.
no, we got Mettle with a 9. Never mind.
No, Vienna, you rolled 14 and 20. That's what I rolled with my advantage roll earlier.
Oh
What?
my god. Very cool.
So you had so you got a natural 20, and then you have +5.
Yep.
And then +5 with Connie. So you have a total of 30 plus whatever little boost a natural 20 gets you, which is probably like 32, 33.
Let us know everything about these animals.
And none
We
of them
read their
are
brains like
slugged.
security
20
cameras.
bucks. 20 bucks, none of them are slugged.
Yeah, this was a waste.
None of the animals are currently slugged. However, you do find on the back of one of the pigs a scabbed over mark from where it was previously slugged. With that high of a roll, you can say you know that it was sometime more than a week ago, and it was very short term. It doesn't look like it was a long slugging, maybe more of a scouting mission to check out Connie's farm than anything. You also find some little gopher-like holes at the edge of the
Oh my god, yuck. They're burrowing.
at the edge of the paddock, and you understand that the slugs are burrowing creatures. However, it doesn't seem like these were used recently at all. They're kind of long gone, and that nothing's currently living in them. And so you can put together with a roll that high that the animals are safe. They really, really like you. You are just totally on their side. You don't need to ever roll animal handling checks for these animals again. If you come outside, they will just immediately walk up to you and want to hang out with you and know what you're doing. They will obey.
Form a perimeter of animals.
Yeah.
They will
Kill
There
obey.
will be our.
Black
They will
on
be our.
site.
They will be our safety guard.
And you know that what may have happened, in fact, what seems likely to have happened, is that one, maybe two individual slugs were sent into Connie's farm to kind of get the lay of the land a while ago. And based on what you know of the book reading that of Canton's notebook, that would probably require that Canton or somebody else was kind of in the vicinity.
Every time he dropped off fucking coffee.
Yeah, he could have when he dropped off like coffee last time, maybe he left a slug behind. Or he was just like hanging out in the woods, keeping an eye on things from afar while a slug went and scoped stuff out. But it seems like right now, totally safe.
Okay. I remember
Looking
that
good.
one thing I wanted to look in the notebook was how to fucking remove a slug easily, but we're out here. Be a pig is the answer.
Yeah.
Now you are BFFs with Cal Chickenus, Mootle.
Finally, friendship
Fish.
ended with Colliginous.
Cow chickeness is my new best friend. I feel like Mettle's gonna be like, Fish, we need an aisle name. Can you ask any of the animals, like, for their thoughts on
Oh, well, I was thinking for Isle, like Nomad would be a good equivalent name for a cool animal, like maybe the cow.
Well, we got Moodle.
Yeah, we got Moodle.
Little cow chickeness, fish the fish.
Right. Okay.
You're looking up farm animals.
I know. I can't. If it helps, maybe we can use hind.
There can be a
somewhere in
sheep.
there.
A sheep? Oh.
I love sheepies. A fun fact about me. What perhaps my favorite thing ever to do. The scene in Jolly Holiday where all the farm animals sing and they each have their own little funny farm animals voices is my favorite thing to sing in the world.
Yeah, that doesn't shock me.
Hey, with your insanely high
Yes.
animal handling, just by your natural magnetism, Coni does not have any sheep. It's not an animal he's taken care of or owned. There is a lost sheep
No, my baby!
that wanders out of the woods and just wanders up through the gate and starts like trying to butt it open to come inside and come join you. And you have now gained Coni a sheep.
That's
Now we
how
have so much
powerful.
more to lose.
I increased your livestock. My new daughter is here.
We're all getting an animal.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Mm.
What's a baby sheep called?
A lamb.
Lamb.
Oh yeah. We got Isle lamb.
Yeah, I was
That's all
gonna
I
say
got.
lamb with an IS.
No, you know what? Lyle.
I'm a rock. I am an eye lamb.
I am.
Got a little buddy.
Oh my god, I'm gonna cry.
Yeah.
I just
And fish.
Now we have to.
Fish
Vienna is
watched
too
it
overwhelmed. I was like, this is cool, but Vienna is like, ah!
You guys are like turning to me, who's just like, fuck all of this. Why do we care? And you're like, this chicken?
Have you?
Her name's Cal
Cal
Chicken.
You're sending, and I'm doing the thing where the chicken doesn't move her head. I'm like, you want this bitch to die? You want her to be responsible? You want her blood on your hands? And it's just.
Yeah.
That's
So
a very good impression of that movement. The thing that they do.
I
The
want to
great
say.
impersonation.
I want to say that Fish watched as like the little lamb just materialized out of the forest and just came and walked all the way down here, all the way to the gate, butted its head, and they went over and were just like, "Hey, where'd you come from?"
Oh, did you use bee speech?
Yes.
Hey, buddy.
I lost.
No!
Derail the entire thing. We're getting this lamb back home.
Okay. Fish opened up the
Sorry.
gate and said, "Not anymore."
Thank
Aw.
you.
You're
And it-
home.
Trots over to Isle and goes, "Friend," and then just kind of like steps between the wooden rails into the cow's enclosure and is now in there with the cow, munching some hay and getting some water, and seems incredibly comfortable with her new friends.
Living rent-free.
Mettle's like crying. Mettle's got little tears streaking down her face, and she's like, she's becoming friends with
Nature's healing, bro.
We can't
having
let
a
this
long
place
day.
explode. We can't do that. Like, only
Do you
now do we
wanna-
see
Save
the
the
value in it. Like, only now.
Yeah. Connie's just like, I haven't wanted my place to explode this whole fucking time. Now you care?
We had to personify the animals.
Is there anything you want to do to try to ensure the animal's safety?
What a great question. Where to? Here, 1 second.
I don't know if
My
I could do anything.
video's being weird.
We could tell them to stomp any slugs to death with their hooves.
Yeah, we can
Yeah,
do that.
you could give them those instructions. You could also just like bring them over to Connie's neighbor and be like, "Hey, just put my animals in your paddock for a day."
We should do that.
Honestly,
We should do
that's
that.
a valid idea. I don't want them to die.
No.
This idea to Farmer Fields. See what he has to say.
Isle picks up the little lamb and kisses her on the nose.
Meh?
And Fish just watches.
Yeah, right.
I wish I was that lamb.
Okay, so yes, we bring all of our animal friends. Connie, are you okay with us bringing your animal friends to your neighbors so they don't get blown the fuck up?
I mean,
We don't want them.
yeah, probably. Should I like? I mean, do you think I should like ask the neighbor first?
Is your
instead of just telling her?
is your neighbor marked Middleweather Middlesby?
No, it's like a person who has a real name.
What is it?
Yeah.
Who's your neighbor?
But are they slugged?
I didn't say I remembered it.
We have to make sure it's a non-slugged neighbor.
Oh,
Yeah.
the couple,
It
isn't it?
is Morris and Cora Parker.
Yep.
Are your
Yeah,
closest.
I wish their names were
Park.
Morris and Chorus.
Morris
I
and
thought that was gonna be the-
Forrest.
I thought that too.
You have not had any recent interactions with them to know if they are slugged, but they are the people who were getting work done on their fence line that seemingly the fence people were working for Canton and Carmine to install these symbols.
Yeah.
So it's possible they're like in on it or slugged or something. You don't know.
That reminds me, in the effort to be less of a bitch who is being useless on purpose, did you guys tell Cal about Carmine's metal collar?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
She is going to look for metal in parts of the house to make collars for people.
Ooh, that
Slay.
was so smart. Also, that was the
Great
coolest
idea.
reveal. Carmine.
That was
I
was
can
very
imagine
good.
like art of it, like of her being like, ooh.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess I'm gonna head over to the Parker's house, just like chat, like see if they look sluggy or whatever.
Sluggy. Get sluggy with it.
Sure. Farmers go to bed fairly early, so it's kind of dinner time, a little bit after dinner time, getting a little late now. But they still open the door. You see Cora come out. It's like, oh, hi, Connie. What can I help you with?
Oh, hey, so wait, right after that, can I see the neck?
Just instant. She has put on like a coat just because it's a little chilly out. But give me an insight check.
Alrighty. Insight. That's 10.
With the 10, she seems totally normal, no problems whatsoever. Just your good old neighbor Cora.
Alright. Okay, so I heard there's gonna be like a storm tomorrow, so I was wondering if I could move some of my animals over to your farm for the night.
Oh, yeah, sure. No, anything you need. I didn't see a storm, but yeah, of course. We're neighbors.
We are.
This is the most interaction Connie has had with this woman.
This is very much the like they're friends with Connie. Connie is not
Yep.
friends with them.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm sensing a
even
pattern.
if they're slugs.
Yeah.
Remember, Harry, you can give them commands.
I can't.
Like, don't open your door
You
to
will
anyone.
watch my sheep.
Like, take in my animals and then don't open your door again until I tell you otherwise.
Also, can you show me your neck or something?
Yeah, that's
Oh,
true.
yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, so do I know this is Cora? You said.
Yeah, Cora Parker.
Do I
If you
know
would
the
know her
middle
middle
name?
whatever it is. This
Cora.
is one of the people in town you're fairly close with. Without a roll, you would know her full
Cora
name.
Bora Bora.
Cora Bora Bora Parker. Cora Bora Bora was her maiden name.
So yeah, I guess I'll just be like, by the way, Cora Bora Bora Parker. Maybe. I was just wondering, I don't know, how do I make I mean, I know it's just a command, but I still don't want it to sound too weird when I say it.
If it's not like natural, they're more likely to kind of reject it. So yeah. They're like, give me your neck. She's a lot less likely to do it than like, oh, I think you have something there.
Sunburn?
Are you still wearing that beautiful necklace Moramora gave you?
Yeah.
Yeah. I heard there's like,
Is that a mosquito bite on your neck?
yeah, just something like, is that like a rash on your neck? Is that what is that?
Is that a rash on your neck? And then you could say, like, show me.
Oh my goodness, where? And she does take off her coat a little bit and kind of rub at her neck and look at it, and you can see her whole neck, and she's not slugged.
Oh, never mind. It was just some jam.
Oh. Not very.
I don't need jam, but okay.
Classic neck jam.
Save
Even
it
for later.
But yeah, so me and my farm hands will be over with the animals soon.
Oh, you got some help on the farm. That's great. Connie, we've always been a little bit worried about you all alone in your big farmhouse. You don't want to come to the community events. We're glad that you got someone around to help you.
Yes.
Yeah, sure. I'll go open the barn. Just bring them on over.
All right. Yeah, I'll see you soon.
The animal
I'm gonna go back to my farm.
the animal parade begins. I'll
I'll genuinely just needs to open the gate and
like
go,
Moses
"Hey, Mettle,
leading
this way," and then just follow. Kyle is their messiah.
Yeah.
Like Moses and
The
not the guy
Messiah.
from the Bible who like actually transported a bunch of animals.
Oh yeah. Okay, but we're not
You
on
know
a
what?
boat. We're walking. So.
Well,
Also, remember to check the farm for slugged
Also
animals and
not-
slugs.
Starting a body of water.
Oh,
What?
it's dirt. I was just kicking the dirt really aggressively to make a path
Yeah.
for the animals.
Yeah. Mooney said check for slugs if you want to do that.
Yeah.
And
Do they have a lot?
head over.
Do the
all the
Morriseys
animals?
have a lot of animals?
They have a decent amount because they've gone through the effort of constructing like a big barn. They're like clearly more established. They don't have any chickens or pigs. They just have like 4 cows and kind of run like the small local dairy. Bringing cheese and fresh milk to the farmers market and stuff like that.
If I ask Fish to tell Connie's farm animals to kind of scout for the slugs on the other farm animals, is that something that functions?
Between your incredibly high animal handling roll
Yeah.
and Fish's ability to communicate complex ideas to animals, yes, you could absolutely ask them to do that.
Cool. I think that's the best move. Just be like, hey, stay safe, my little friends. Make sure there aren't any big buggies on your buddies' backs.
No.
Repeat that verbatim.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was like, if you tell anyone I said it like that, I'll kill you.
And then Fish goes, she's flirting with me again.
Yeah. Back to normal. Finally.
The little lamb, they all go inside, and before you close the door, the little lamb comes back and reports to Fish that there are no buggies. And,
There are no bad buggies.
No bad buggies. Everyone is safe.
Oh, that's great. Well, keep it up and be safe. And how did you just get her to kiss you like that? Like, what is going? Like, how did that even? She just didn't even hesitate. I don't understand.
I guess I'm small and cute.
Ah, fuck! I'm not small enough.
You're small for a 2-leg thing.
Yeah, well, you could be Chops one day. So, back in the barn.
Fuck you.
Like mother, like daughter, bro.
How tall is Fish canonically? I forget.
5'9".
Yeah.
And then, but is Isle taller?
I make Isle taller every time you ask me.
No, I think it's at least 6 feet.
It was like 6'5".
Canonical height from the first session was between 6 foot and 6'1". Vienna has increased that slightly. It's now like 6'6" every time. Right?
Bless. Well, then the little lamb is right.
She's still growing.
She's just been slouched like Shrek and just getting better posture as time goes on.
No, it's every time you shift back into human form, you just make yourself like a couple millimeters taller. So
Not
you
even
don't
on
know.
purpose. It just happens.
Yeah.
You forget, yeah. My god. Alright, well, in my mission for collars, can I suss if I feel like thick leather would be a potential substitute for metal?
Yeah, I think you get the sense that any kind of covering that can't be moved easily, that's has a certain stiffness to it, and is thick enough to resist kind of animal teeth would do. A couple layers of leather, any kind of metal or kind of like chain link like material. You're like, it's gonna get through Fish's sweaters because they're stretchy. Yeah. Just swoop down the neck. But give me, first of all, does Coni allow?
I'm assuming I'm doing this when you leave the house.
Yeah, I'd say Coni comes back after you've collected items that you can potentially destroy to make armor, and then you can get Connie's permission or not. Give me an investigation check to see what you find in Connie's house.
And do I feel like the clothing I already have has me set for protection?
No, because all of the individual layers are kind of thin. While it does bunch up on your neck a little bit and give you a little bit of padding, it's not enough to stop these little sharp teeth.
That's an 11.
Okay. With an 11, most obvious thing, there is in Vienna, you're muted.
It's because I'm singing along to Surface Pressure. Sorry.
Oh god. Okay. I just saw the mouth moving. Yeah, now Harry's doing it. You find in a guest room a old leather armchair that you could skin to make some. You could double up and make some little leather collars. And with an 11, you find pots and pans and like sheet pans and stuff. If you go at that with a hammer, you might make something shaped appropriately to put on a neck. And I think probably Coni wasn't gone that long, so it probably comes back before you can skin his couch.
Cool. Yeah, I've gathered it all into a pile, and I'm creating armor for the group to protect against the slugs. Do you have any emotional attachment to any of these items that I cannot use?
Sorry, what are the items again?
A leather armchair from one of your guest rooms, and then like all of your pots and pans and cooking equipment.
I mean, not an emotional attachment, but I do use those.
Can you get other ones?
Yes?
Are you giving me permission to do this? It's important.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Incredibly reluctant.
Thank you. And then she just starts skinning the chair.
Yeah. I'd say with Cal's skills, just give me a D20 plus 2 to sew like some leather neck guards. To use the pots and pans, you will probably need somebody's magic or something.
Cool. Yeah. Can I say Kekno is cheering me on for at least the couch destroying?
Sure.
And I get advantage?
Not advantage. Let's say +4.
You get advantage. You get advantage if you draw a little picture of Kekno with a little hammer in his mouth, going like that.
Yeah. He's got just a little, and he's helping you, but like just chewing the corners and pulling out the staples.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's good.
Yeah.
It was almost a 20. So you say it's just the flat roll +4?
Flat roll +6. Your proficiency plus Kekno helping.
Oh, okay. +6? I thought it was... Okay, well, I'll take it.
+2 for proficiency bonus, +4 for Kekno helping you.
Cool. Well, unfortunately, that was only an 8.
Okay. With an 8, you get enough usable material. You find that because this is kind of like couch leather, it's kind of thin and supple. You need to, you thought you could double it up, but really you got to triple it up to get it to stop the fangs from coming through. You managed to make 2 sets of neck armor out of the couch.
Cool. And then for the pots and pans, I turn to Mettle and I say, would you be able to melt these down?
Yeah.
Now it's your problem. Now you have to roll.
Let me see. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could just melt it. Sure. I'm looking at. There's nothing in here that says metal melting. So.
There is farther down your spell tree. Shockingly enough,
I'm sure.
Yeah, but
I'm sure.
But yeah, You're gonna have to get creative with what you use.
Yeah. Okay. Well.
You can use a combination of things. Also, it's the end of the day. If nobody is ambushing you at night, you're gonna take a long rest to get your points back. So you can probably afford to use some like first or second level spells.
Okay. Well, she's gonna start with produce flame and just like hold it and just like see if it does anything. It's a little hot.
An Arcana check. Just a flat Arcana check.
15.
Okay. With a 15, I'd say you find that your produced flame is fire, but not super hot fire in the realm of metal melting. But you find that you can really concentrate it enough to get the metal to kind of a cherry red, and then it's kind of easier to bend at that point. Like you're not gonna like melt this down and make a furnace out of yourself and cast this into nice armor, but it's like you can probably get enough heat on these to kind of shift them around, maybe hammer them into some kind of shape or something.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, toss on fire if I do anything else. So yeah, I'll just keep trying that, and then, I'll just like cool it down here and make sure nice. It'll just be like a big old necklace or something.
Yeah. I will say Cal and Mettle each give me neither of you have tool proficiencies, right?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Oh,
no, I don't see that. Okay.
I've got tool proficiencies, but for things that are completely irrelevant, unless you want Fish to like write in the metal.
Hey, you know what?
That would be sick.
After they're done making it, you can decorate it.
Oh,
make it cool.
Go away, slugs.
Yeah, go away, slugs. Yeah, both of you just give me a d20 roll.
Okay.
Ooh.
Where was that the first time? 16.
I got a 4.
Okay. Well, that still averages out high enough that, unfortunately, Coni, they ruin all of your pots and pans, all of your metal silverware. There is a lot of like, okay, heat this up and then try to bend it. Oh, I snapped it in half. Okay, get it a little more hot next time. Just they work through your entire kitchen and they ruin everything. However, they do manage between the two of them to craft additional pieces of neck guards in metal that is enough for all of you between the leather and the metal neck guards.
All of us, including Coni?
Yes. You made 2 from the couches.
Yeah.
You make 3 from the metal. There's even a serving spoon that you managed to get flat enough that you can kind of just like put it on Kekino and just kind of like tie it like a little scarf.
What about Swifty?
Swifty is you find a little fork that you've gotten kind of flat, and you put it on Swifty and you tie it around her neck, and she just goes, no, and she just like pushes it off like a cat does.
Can I do mending on any of the things I destroyed?
Yes, you cannot make them pretty, but you can make them.
Okay.
Yeah, like you could take this now like flattened pan that Mettle has destroyed and make it so it no longer has holes in it and can like hold a liquid, but you can't like make it a nice, fully functional pan.
She's not going to do that, but she is going to turn to Coni and be like, I have mortal money that I can give you for the pots and pans. I can reupholster this chair. I just need access to my fabric. or any fabric that you may have.
I probably have some.
Okay.
I
Connie
love the
gives the
idea
shower
that
curtain, and it's like, fuck, I don't have a shower curtain anymore.
the cow's like black veil fabric is just like a little patch on the cow.
Aww.
I'm now hearing Encanto.
Yeah, sorry.
I know it just came through to me too.
Smooth FaceTime.
No, we don't talk.
Yeah, I'd say if Connie has fabric with mending, if you just like spend the rest of the night before sleeping, you can completely fix his couch. The fabric you get is honestly not very good looking. It's just kind of like an ugly, busy pattern because you salvaged it from something. But with Cal's skills, it actually comes out looking pretty nice and fits the room well.
Also, just for the sake of being official, I was out of spell points, so we're saying short rest plus my hit die, but I don't know if you're going to make me do that, seeing as it's going to reset with a long rest anyways, but technically we'll say I did that.
I think mending is a cantrip. I don't think you need spell points.
I'm pretty sure it's, you know what? We'll check.
No, it's a cantrip.
It is a cantrip. You're right. Okay, cool. Then that's freebie.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys just see her doing important work, and then it's just like, she's doing like the Tim Gunn, like walk away and look at it thing, and then
put it in the center of the room, check it from all angles, brush something off the top of it, and look at it again.
You guys didn't realize that she does in fact carry a needle and thread wherever she goes, but she's going at it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you all have armor that will protect you from getting slugged unless something can remove the armor. And is there anything else anyone wanted to do tonight before we go to sleep? What is Coni?
So I still have like a kitchen, right? Do we have any table salt?
Yeah. You got a good amount of table salt. You got like a carpet of it.
We got any French fries?
We got ourselves a party.
Yeah, we're just gonna listen to it. Walks in with a mischievous grin. You're telling the story automatically.
Can I like holster the salt on or put it in my overall pocket or something?
Yeah, absolutely. You stuff your overall pocket full of salt, and you have pocket salt now.
Right.
Fucking sand!
Salt those slugs.
Very cool.
I just realized I want to bring this up.
Do you have a salt lick for your animals?
Oh.
Probably.
Yeah.
Start beating Canton over the head with it.
In the house, or would that be out in the barn?
You probably wouldn't have it out in the weather, so it'd probably be in a shed or something. Yeah. What were you gonna say, Fiona?
I was going to say it's not like a plan for tonight. It's just a random thought that I had. So we'll keep going. Mm-hmm. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, salt lick out in the shed. You got a couple of them. You got probably 3. One that's kind of partially licked. That's the one currently used that you bring out to the animals to supplement their diet. And yeah, you can do something with that. You can try to break them up into fistfuls of salt. You can try and use them as a weapon of some kind. Maybe throw little bricks of salt at things. Yeah, you have access to that, and you can kind of bring it into the house and hold on to it if you want.
Just put them on the table and be like, you guys can grab some salt if you want.
It's the
oh, thanks.
It's the
shove in
closet
pocket
full of guns, but it's all salt.
Yeah. We got table salt. We got ionized. We got pretzel salt. This is good.
If Vienna is speaking, I cannot hear, so I'm just gonna go and come back. Actually, no, I'm gonna go and never come back.
I wasn't speaking. Oh, you Christ. Okay. Two things that I was going to say. One I'm just going to say because I want us as humans, not characters, to remember it. We can probably heat up the metal around her neck.
Oh. Yeah, Mettle, go fucking kill
Which would
her.
be fucked up, but then also to say that's something that can happen to us if someone tries to fuck us up that way.
Right,
Better than being slugged. Absolutely. It's just a creepy, horrible thought that I had about microwaving our own necks.
Yeah, well, the leather's not going to be an issue.
Correct.
You can have the leather one.
Yeah, the leather's maybe a little more susceptible to like someone cutting it, maybe with a particularly well placed blow, which is less of an issue with the metal. But yes, someone like a heat metal spell or something like that could heat it up.
So, and then my second thing that I want to do in the same realm is Isle is going to take out the sword and say, "Should we destroy this?"
We could hold it for ransom.
We should wait until we're with Canton and he can see, and then we just fucking snap it in half right in front of his face.
Good call.
Yeah.
Or we could use it to get something from him.
That too. Options.
I just don't know if this is the key for him to... If he needs this to explode Connie's farm, and we destroy this, then what happens? I know we don't know where it leads.
Yeah, going based on your check from before, if you did destroy it, it would probably be fine. It's a kind of thing of like either when it's your dimension that you found and you've been to, you might need the reminder if it's like been a long time since you went there to kind of like realign yourself with that vibration. But mostly it's for like other people, so that if you're like exploring and then you just fucking disappear one day, another shunter can come along and be like, "Oh, okay," and then just pop in there and be like, "Oh yeah, this place sucks. Don't go here."
Okay, I will say I fundamentally misunderstood how this worked. Never mind.
And Fish will say, "That's okay, Isle. We all make mistakes."
Wow.
Sometimes we hurt people we care about without meaning to. And we don't know how to apologize for it.
Al was so angry. Fish is like, I think you knew what you were doing. Under her breath, maybe in French.
Metal's like looking at the ground.
Some nose.
I think Metal's gonna take that the completely wrong way and be like, I was slugged earlier. I was gonna hurt you guys, but a lot was going on. I don't really understand what's happening.
Metal, no, like you weren't in control of yourself.
I looks at Fish like, now you've upset Mettle.
I have. Well, Mettle, it was bound to happen sometime.
No, Fish, you were great. You did a great job. You guys totally got me out of it, and I appreciate it. In the moment, it did hurt my feelings. But I was slugged, so it didn't really matter.
So I'm taking this as permission to shove you around again if it happens again.
Sure.
Cool.
And I'll do the same. I'll do the same to you.
Of course.
Kill each other. Kill each other.
Yeah.
Selena says, "Please don't touch me unless you have to."
Noted.
All right. It's time to bed down for the night. Do you think you're kind of safe and comfortable here? Do you want to post guards? What do you want to do?
I think Metal's gonna propose we all put pillows on the floor and we have a sleepover. But definitely, we should take turns like keeping watch and stuff, but we should all stay here with the blankies and all the pillows and just, be in the same room.
Does Connie
That's my
want to
idea.
join the sleepover on his own floor instead of his nice bed?
Connie gets the couch.
Yeah.
Newly mended.
I mean, I'm considering I probably do want a long rest, but I don't know if I should sleep because I did already get my vision of what's happening tomorrow, so I wouldn't need to necessarily sleep to see that again.
Yeah, but you're taking on exhaustion if you don't go to bed tonight.
You need to
Oh.
sleep because you're a person.
He has caffeine.
He has caffeine. You wake up and Connie's just like, hey kids.
And just like missing out on one night of sleep, getting one level of exhaustion is not that bad, but it can get a lot worse if things keep happening. If you want to stay up all night and keep watch, you absolutely can. I will say it's most likely you'll have the dream again. It may be even more detailed now that it's closer, but there's no way to know for sure because it's the future. It's kind of random.
Yeah. So wait, what is one level of exhaustion? Was that do?
One level of exhaustion. Let me double check the. Let me double check the.
Connie says, I need to stay up until they start airing Fresh Prince of Bel-Air on Teen Nick.
Yeah.
Isn't that like 10 o'clock?
I thought it was at like 2 a.m.
Yeah, it's at like 2 a.m.
I mean,
And then George Lopez is after.
Yeah.
always.
No, that was fucking my thing.
Yeah,
Staying up
you
late,
know.
watching really shitty shows late at night as a kid.
Yep. Exactly.
Okay, I believe one level does nothing, but a second level is when it gets bad. Let me double check that.
It doesn't give disadvantage on checks.
Because wasn't Cal exhausted that one time?
Yes,
I think
that's
her
what I'm
movement
asking.
was reduced, wasn't it?
Not quite yet. Second level of exhaustion is when movement is reduced.
Yeah.
You are going to get a -1. If you get a level of exhaustion, you'll get -1 to all rolls you make with a d20. So anytime you make a check or an attack roll, anything like that, it'll be -1 from what it would be. Your spell save DC is also -1.
Okay.
Yeah. I think we can just,
It's not great, but it's not major.
No,
at that
it wouldn't
point.
kill. I mean, we have enough people to be able to do, guard postings without.
You definitely have enough people to sleep in shifts, and you figured out when you were up north that kind of like how to do that and how to break that up. It's not too difficult. Get enough
let's
sleep.
probably just do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mettle, what sleepover activities do we have planned?
Probably preparing for the big potential battle tomorrow.
Yeah,
No,
I think
we
Metal
have
is.
to bond. We're just playing Spin the Bottle.
Yeah,
Oh.
Metal's raided the fridge completely without asking. Has assembled some sort of snack board. I assume it's just farm veggies and
Farm to table.
I rolled to
just,
see if Cal likes anything, eating fresh food for possibly the first time in her life.
I feel like if Cal ate an avocado, she'd die immediately.
Yeah,
there's snap
carrot
peas.
or something.
Yeah,
I think Cal could have some carrots.
And we rolled
Otherwise-
to see if Cal finds a vegetable she likes.
do it. I think you need to roll a 17 or higher.
Okay. Mad sets the DC.
Harry,
Huh?
Harry, do you think Connie has normal dishes, or do you think he has dishes like our house, where it's just this is shaped like the Upper Peninsula of Michigan for no reason?
I
Three?
don't think you'd
maybe?
invest too much in novelty plates. He probably does have one weird kitschy one. It's a cow or something.
Cute. That's
was
what we're
a
eating
gift.
off of.
Yeah, there's carrots, there's snap peas. Cal takes one bite of a carrot and throws up.
Yeah, with the 3, I think Cal continues to hate everything.
Yeah.
She eats.
Yeah.
There is I just rolled for this. There is nothing on Metal's snack board that you like. It's all kind of bad. All got texture, which is not okay. You do, however, in searching yourself, find some crackers that you enjoy.
Saltines.
When anybody else
Oh.
tries one, they realize that they are extremely stale, very much
Right.
forgotten about.
And
But you're
I-
like, great dinner.
I recall that Cal likes almonds. Can I do an almond check?
You can just ask Connie. Would Connie have almonds?
Connie, do you have any mixed nuts in your pantry?
No, they're not mixed. It's one type.
What is the
What type?
Didn't account for that. Cashews.
oh
Damn it.
no!
Do you think
Okay.
Cal could have cashews?
Too salty.
Are they salted or unsalted?
They're salted. I'm sorry, I decided for you. What are they, Connie?
Salted.
If they're salted,
They're
we
too
should
salty
save
for
them
her.
for the slugs.
Exactly. You can.
There you go.
We can load them in the gun.
Whenever, like, I think Mettle brings this over definitely when Connie is, like, on watch. And she, like, sits down, like, little pillow. Okay, well, we gotta get a lot of sleep tonight so we can't stay up too late. But, just...
Do you guys like anyone?
I think, she's gonna take this opportunity to be like, also, if I like a trip planned if we don't die tomorrow, and I was wondering if you guys wanted to come with me if you weren't like busy.
What? Yeah, where are we going?
So I don't know if I said there's like somebody that rescued me like one time. That tattoo that I showed you before. Where it comes from, and I found like a rough idea where to go, and I don't really want to go by myself. And I guess I would feel better if you guys came. And then also we could just keep going, and then hopefully this one nothing bad will happen. So if
What?
you don't have plans and you
On foot?
oh, I don't know. I haven't gotten that
Oh, we can
far.
work that
I just
out.
found out about this earlier.
Also,
Is it?
the train would not wait for us. I assume the train will resume its journey as soon as the obstructions are removed by unslugged individuals.
Well, I will sure.
That's the
But whenever we
that's the
get back-
PC way. Unslugged.
when we get back, the things are good, and we turn in all of our reports and stuff, and we're feeling good. Then I think if we have no job, we set out on a very exciting personal journey. So I just wanted to put that out there in case we die tomorrow. But if we're not going, so that's
Okay.
all.
Danielle, you don't have to come. Mel, I'd love to join you. As long as, how about, I'll go with you on the way to find your guy, and you come with me on the way to find my guy. Because, I don't know if I mentioned this to anyone else, but, Elder Longfisher told me I have a guy to look for. We'll do yours first, though.
Oh yay! We can find everybody's guys.
I definitely don't have a guy.
Isle says yeah. Isle says I don't want to find any guys, and I don't want them to find me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Also,
no.
Metal,
Well, we can do that.
also, Metal, you do have a guy to find because Elder Longfisher was also like, "Hey, talk to this person at the sanctuary." So that's another thing.
Yes.
You got
Yes.
multiple
I have
avenues
some
to follow. on.
I have some recon to do when I get home, but Connie's the biggest lead there's ever been in the history of leads, so I'm like, I just feel pretty good about it. I'm super nervous. I think it'll be exciting, but I also don't want to go by myself. So, okay, you guys can decide whenever you want, but I just wanted to say, who wants to play Truth or Dare?
Me.
Yeah, obviously.
Cal immediately fakes being asleep.
I'll like scoots like out of the circle. She doesn't say yes or no, but she's like,
I think Mettle and Fish get into like an intense game.
Isle says fuck.
Ooh. Ooh.
Isle says, God damn it. She's like, I can't believe I fell for it again.
Again, yeah. This is what, the 6th time?
Isle scoots back in the circle, grumbling.
That's all.
I was just gonna skip forward to the next morning, but if you want to roleplay a round of Truth or Dare, go for
I
it.
was about to say,
Wait,
we're in an awkward time because, like, we don't have time to do very much with 20 minutes left. We do have 20 minutes for truth or dare.
I want to set up the start of what's happening tomorrow.
Totally.
But we absolutely have time for some quick Truth or Dare.
Okay, I think Mettle's only gonna play Truth. Just she's never gonna dare anyone to do anything. She's only gonna ask Truth. I think if she
gets Isle's nightmare, Isle would rather eat shit. Please.
I think Mettle's gonna be like, okay, Fish. I forget how to play. Do you just say Truth? Truth. Oh no, you have Truth or Dare. I see, and then you pick.
Yes.
Got it.
Yeah.
Mettle's gonna do all
Fish,
truth
Truth
for herself, but
Sleepover.
Isle's gonna be like, I was gonna be like, I'll eat this fork. Just never ask me anything about myself.
Mettle, she's gonna be like, okay, Fish, Truth or Dare? Truth.
Are you saying that out loud?
Quite.
Okay, well, I mean, clearly you want me to say truth, so dare.
She's like, okay. I dare you steal one of the farm animals when we leave.
Okay.
That's pretty much
I was literally already going to do it.
Okay, do I hear this?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're there.
Yeah, you're there.
Connie says.
Oh, I thought Connie. For some reason, I pictured Connie being like, ouch.
No, he's
Connie
here.
We're eating all this food.
No,
Connie
he's here.
is in the circle.
I want to say that Mettle actually has none, so she doesn't know how to play. So that was like a pretty extreme, like, I think that's what you're supposed to do, steal.
Yeah,
You committed a major felony.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Denia, stop pretending to be asleep. Denia, stop pretending to be asleep.
Is that the dare?
Kicking.
Yeah, that's the dare. Denia, I dare you to stop pretending to be asleep.
Done. 2 sets up.
Okay, it's your turn now.
So I ask truth or dare, and then I come up with one of those prompts.
Yeah, you have to select one of us.
Okay. Farmer Fields, truth or dare.
Connie from the other room's like,
see, Isle's like, I never want to tell the truth about myself, but I will do something crazy.
Yep.
Connie is like, I never want to tell anybody about myself, and also I don't want to do anything.
There.
Spin in a circle.
Wow, you guys are just so good at this game.
Okay, now is the time for me to reveal that Harry has a dance that he made up as a child called the Happy Farmer, in which
I didn't make it up. It's real.
it's real. But he sticks his arms out and goes like this, and in my mind, Coni does that dance. Well, I guess, does Coni rotate?
I mean, it's a dare. I guess
Can you get up right now and do the Happy
it.
Farmer on camera?
I dare you.
the Happy Farmer doesn't have rotation.
I know, I'm saying
Happy
that
Farmer-
This version does.
This is an adjusted Happy Farmer.
I don't know. I can't even like get my whole body in.
That's alright.
The legs are a big part of it, honestly.
It's fine.
Without the legs, it's just like a T pose.
This is the this is the
You just
this
point
is
at the legs. You can point at the
of
camera.
Irish dancing.
Legs are still all in the torch.
Yeah, Fish is clapping and encouraging.
Yeah, everyone's like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was easy.
Coni
Is
says
it
do
now
something
Isle
harder
or
next
Coni?
time.
Is it now Isle or Connie's turn?
It's Connie's, because
Yep.
I
Oh.
dared Connie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
I don't know.
He's like, I don't know any of these.
Who are
Yeah, I don't know your. I mean, I don't know. Does Connie like remember your name?
Yeah.
You can point at us now and not be offended.
Truth. What is your legal name? First and last.
Oh no, it'd be so funny if he went like, okay, Peter.
Alright.
Okay, Dr. Doolittle.
Fuck. I mean, I don't even. If they pick truth, I wouldn't even have like a good question to ask them because, like, I
Nah.
don't know. What's...
Neither does Connie. Connie is just
None of
like
us,
dealing
yeah,
with
right.
all of our idiot bullshit. So he can
Yeah,
he
we're
can
just
also
a
just
couple of randos who just
Yeah.
showed up.
he could literally
Okay,
just be
like-
like, "How are you today?"
Pass.
Yeah, exactly.
Uh,
Just do improv. Pick somebody, and then we'll see how it goes.
Fish.
Yeah.
Truth or dare?
Ask me something about myself, Connie.
So truth then, or
Yeah, that's the one.
Mettle's like,
I'm
how
sorry, I
come
forget
you
the
can't
word
realize?
sometimes.
Oh.
Truth is important.
Which is unfamiliar with the concept of truth.
It's not going to be a truth.
Whatever. Yeah.
It's just
you-
going to be.
If you had to wear a hat, what kind would it be?
I have
That's a
a
great
hat.
question.
I have a hat. It helps me speak Hungarian. It's not on here. It's not here. I left it on the train. But I'm assuming you're saying like an entirely new hat. So I would say a hat that lets me speak another language.
What would it look like?
Connie says it's about the fashion.
I'd
Farmer
I'd
hat.
want an akubra.
Oh.
Hey, what the fuck is that?
Kubra?
Yeah, I'm like, is this an Australian thing?
An
No,
akubra
Cooper
is an Australian cowboy hat.
Oh, I see.
Googling.
Oh, very nice. Fish
Yeah.
would look very handsome with that.
Why is
I want
Skullduggery who?
okay?
to truly.
You all desperately need to see
Oh, I
the
see.
4 options that came
Oh.
up when I searched this.
Yes.
They weren't those. I wish they were.
It's Fish's turn again.
No, I think we gotta get to
Damn
Isle.
it.
We're reaching the end of the session.
Oh my god.
Please.
Wow.
I need an
I need all
Oh.
of them. Wait, not the little, like,
None of the
troll hat.
Fedora with original ears.
Right.
None
So
of
the
those.
question is who's
Boy.
who? Is Tag
I think it's pretty
yourself.
obvious.
Oh my god.
Alright.
Yeah.
Alright.
Isle's turn.
Yeah, Isle's turn.
MIS.
Isle, truth or dare?
No,
Before
I
you
think
e-
you're supposed
before,
to
before you even finish the sentence, that was dare.
Well,
I don't have a good idea for any dares. I only had truth questions.
Dare, tell me the truth about something. That's the dick move, but I don't think Mettle has
That is
enough.
the dick move. That
specialized
gets you
experience.
killed at a sleepover.
She's not. She's not experienced that, so did not occur to her. Any dare options? Anyone can join
I
in.
can climb on the roof.
Cal says, I don't believe you can offer your own dare.
You can't want to do it.
Go
Dick,
kill
gotta
look
be
at my
like-
shit.
I think okay. I think I dare Isle to go put on a pair of Connie's overalls with Connie's permission. If that's okay, we did kind of do like a lot of other stuff without your permission. And if Fish steals one of your farm animals, they don't have to. I just dared them to.
I do have to.
I
That's
dare you to pick up fish and kiss them on the nose. Like a lamb.
Zero.
What did you say, Harry?
I said if you steal the sheep, then at least it's some zero.
Yeah, you never had it to begin with.
Wasn't my.
Yep.
Okay. Connie, can I wear your pants?
Yeah. Well, they're overalls.
Can I wear your overpants?
Yes.
Alright,
Over the furs.
yeah, exactly. Isle goes in, she does not remove any of her clothing, and it puts the overalls on over all of it, and goes.
The fur just kind of makes it like bulge
Yeah.
weirdly, and
Yeah.
you definitely got less like range of movement.
Yeah.
But you can be styling in those
Yeah.
overalls.
She comes out and goes, "You kids get off my farm."
And she's like, oh, it's brilliant. I love it. Wonderful.
Metal claps.
This Harry. Oh, cool.
All right, I think
And on
that's
that-
where we.
Yeah.
I think that's where we close the evening.
Yeah, truth or dare can be finished now.
Yeah, you all wake up the next morning, and there doesn't seem to be. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. Also, a great reference.
Tied it back.
You wake up the next morning, and there doesn't seem to be anything wrong.
Nothing happened on our watch because we were taking watches.
Yes, nothing happened.
Yeah, we
on
were
your
all being
watch.
very observant.
There was some there was like some movement outside, and then you looked out, and it was just some deer walking along the fence line, some creaking and settling from the house, but nothing that was a threat. The next day, do any of you head to town at all, or are you just holding up, totally focused on protecting?
Terrifying.
I might want to go to the neighbor's house just to like check how the animals are doing.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, hey Connie, of course. Oh yeah, no, they're doing great. And walks out to the barn with you, checks on all the animals. They're doing okay. Fish goes with you. You can get reports from the animals, but if not, they're just your animals, so you just look them over.
I'll accompany.
The lamb reports no bad sluggies in the night. And as the day goes on, is there anything else that you want to accomplish before kind of the noon time?
I will say Cal probably goes back to check on the train and also obviously change her clothes because
Okay.
she can't be an outfit repeater.
Yeah. Do you just bring your bags back to the farm with you afterwards? Or do you
No,
just...
she's like, nobody's seen the train blow up.
Gotcha. Okay.
Just still on that.
Gotcha. Yeah, you go back to the train. You change outfits. Town doesn't seem busy. It seems kind of deserted. And you can look across the river to where Canton's facility is. There seems to be no movement there at all.
I don't see a single human being on my way from the farmhouse to the train.
You see some, but even less than there was the day before.
Do they look slugged at all?
The people you see just look totally normal and also seem confused by the fact that nobody's out and about.
Is the train like still like manned at all?
There is still the conductors that were on it are still staying there. They seem to be in. There is some trundle beds that are for the conductors to nap in, and they've also taken over some of the sleeping cars, but they're just kind of hanging out there. There is one less than there was, and if you ask he started hiking to the next town
okay.
to try to get more help in clearing the tracks.
I will approach the conductor and be like, "Sir, I had concerns. What is your name, first and last?" That's actually a good job.
What's your social security?
Yeah. What was
John?
the name of your childhood pet?
It's John Ballinger. Password I use is greenfarm372. My mother's maiden name is...
Does he give me his name?
Yeah, John Ballinger.
Thank you, John. I am concerned, John Ballinger, that people may be approaching the train and possibly stealing my items. You should not let anyone approach who is not a train service worker, train passenger that you a train passenger or personnel that you do not recognize.
He just sort of nods at you and is like, oh yes, don't worry, we take the safety of our customers' belongings with the utmost seriousness. If you have a specific concern about someone trying to enter the train, you can ask us to keep an eye out for them, but as a matter of principle, we will keep non-passengers off of the train as much as is physically possible.
She says, "There's a man in town, Canton Flick. He used derogatory language towards me. You should not let him approach under any circumstance."
Okay, I can't say I know who that is or what he looks like.
He will tell you.
Okay. Well, if anyone declaring themselves to be Canton Fleck comes, I will tell them that you did not appreciate his language, and that without a ticket, he will not be allowed on the train.
Thank you, John.
Cal's like, finally someone who fucking understands.
Respect women.
As the day kind of goes on, actually, as you're heading back from the train, how early do you think you went to the train to change clothes?
6 a.m. for sure.
Then you
right and fucking early. Nobody can see her as an outfit repeater.
Yeah, then you definitely don't see the sanctuary agents coming to town. But as it approaches about 1 o'clock, no one has appeared down the road. You didn't tell them specifically where you were, so they may be in the town itself, sort of cordoning. If you could go down there and check if you want, but they don't seem to be
Yeah.
Um,
I do think Mettle would get nervous and be like,
what
oh.
time would you head down? Because the time they're here is also the time when Canton and his people could show up.
Oh, God. Okay, so they said they'd be here at 11, between 11 and 1.
Mhm.
I think by, like, 12:30, she's like,
Okay. That's still prime
hey.
time for Canton and his people to show up.
Oh,
If there's going to
God.
be an explosion or something like that. I'm just asking you to honestly make the choice on the risk that
God.
things start while you're away.
Bro,
Oh,
bro, they'll
God.
see. Listen, they'll find out where the fight is. They'll see it happening.
That's true.
I have a concrete idea of where Fish is, which is at the farm, but outside the fence, just in case it blows up.
Mhm. Yep.
They just hang around, just to be like, all right, well, I'm in a reasonable
outside the
position to
bubble.
watch if I need to.
Where are you outside the farm? You can be kind of on the house side at the street. You can be over the fence line into the neighbors, the Parker's farm. And then the other two directions are kind of into the woods.
I'm gonna say more the road. But like, I don't know, for flavor, Fish has definitely seen like one or two of the Parkers and been like, hi.
Mm-hmm.
I think if Metal's gonna be like, I feel like they don't know where we are, but also she'd be too anxious to leave. So I think maybe she would like stand with Fish like at the end of the road in the hopes that perhaps she can flag them down, see them coming, but like wouldn't go any further.
Cool.
Mhm.
I need both of you to give me a perception check.
Cool.
Okay.
Haha, that'll be a 21.
Nice.
So that's a 19 plus 2, so it's not a like 20.
Yep.
Mine is 19.
Damn,
Alright,
y'all
well,
perceptive as
nice.
hell.
Good job. All right, so you hear it before you see it, but a car
Explosion.
starts
God.
heading the road towards you, and then a second car behind it, and they both pull over to the side of the road, not that far from you, and you can see very like robotic behind the wheel and in the seats. The villagers that you know are slugged, just sitting there kind of perfectly still as the car runs and it's parked. And with that high perception check, you actually manage to hear and see people coming out of the woods around the farm. And
Oh, bad.
instantly on sort of the other side of the farm, you can see Canton, Carmine, and some of the slugged villagers coming and hopping the fence into Connie's farm. The villagers head towards the house in kind of a cordon formation, kind of just loosely making a line, and Canton kneels down in the middle of the field with Carmine over him in like a protective position, and the people in the cars shut it off and step out, and whatever is happening here has arrived. Do you try to stop these slugged villagers getting onto like the farm property proper, or do you run to where kind of the main action is, where Canton and Carmine are?
Can I hold on.
I have a query about Kekinerd's teeth / claws.
Yep.
Would they be sharp enough to puncture car tires?
Oh, that's actually a good question. Technically, no. They couldn't puncture car tires. However, with his freezing ability, he could actually make the car tires more brittle and then pop them with a bite. So it would take him a little while, but technically, yes, he could puncture tires.
Okay. Well, saying that Kakano's been on my shoulder, I, take him, set him down on the ground and say, all right, listen, I've got a very important job for you.
Yes.
You're going to make those cars not go no more.
Yes.
Be gone.
And he slides into the bushes. You can psychically hear him kind of humming to himself, like James Bondy spy-y music.
Wrong.
Literally, Cronkcore.
Yeah.
As he slides through the bushes and heads towards the cars. Do the slug villagers are now kind of coming towards you. They don't seem aggressive yet, but that doesn't mean they're not going to be once they reach you. Do you kind of retreat towards the farm at all?
I think it's important to ask, where is Cal and Isle? Where are Cal and Isle at this moment?
And also Coni.
And also Coni. I just assumed he's in his house, just chilling in his chair. But anyway,
Yeah. If they're unaware, I feel like, well, I also don't want to reveal where we are necessarily, but I would think Mettle could do take out her little gun and shoot it in the air so that everybody would know.
Okay.
What's going on?
Yeah. You summon it to your hand. You now have the gun on you, and you fire it. Quickly reload the one shot you fired, and everyone else who's in the house hears the gunshot and is aware something is happening.
The big thing.
Would all three of you just kind of be in the house?
I think so.
Yeah. Okay. Then I will say let's roll initiative.
Cool.
I'm afraid.
Do we want to roll initiative now or?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Or next time. Well,
think
all
it'll be all
my
set up
luck
for
is
next
out,
time.
so I rolled a 3.
That was mine.
Plus 1, 4.
19.
Damn,
Nice.
Fish is on it.
Fish is on it.
6.
Got a 12.
Got a
15.
4.
Anybody above 20?
Nope.
Okay. Anybody 15 to 20?
Yeah, I got 19.
It's hard for me to keep track of all the numbers, so you just gotta
Sorry.
19. Anybody else in 15 to 20?
I want to say that Mooney was 16.
Where did
Lost
Mooney
her.
go?
It's gone.
Mooney!
What did you roll?
What was your initiative roll?
15. We ran so long that my iPad died. This is on you.
I'm finishing the session. Hey, you can't look at this stuff. This is a secret.
Yeah.
Okay.
Find how to win.
It's just a
Find
picture of Isle and Fish kissing.
Yeah.
All right. And God. And then Cal was 15. Who was between 10 and 15?
I'm 12.
Anyone else? Nope. Okay. What
Really,
is
Harry?
your
I thought you were
dexterity?
much older than that.
What is your dexterity modifier for Coni?
Oh, +2.
Okay, cool. So that is and then 10 and under.
It's a
Hot 2.
well, no, that was a peace sign. I rolled a 3 plus
Oh.
1 is 4.
Okay. Hot 4.
I got 6.
6. Okay. All right. Then we start at the top of the initiative with Fish, with Canton on deck. And let me just get you set up in the start of our battle map, and you can see it for a moment. This is secret. Cover your eyes.
Okay, then why didn't you tell me?
Reveal all, Mooney.
Okay. Here.
You know, Mettle and Fish took a great tour of the land. We were down by the mailbox.
Mm-hmm.
No mail.
No mail. Sad.
No.
Very
We did finish in Kanto, by the sounds of it. Rip.
Good.
I
Here's
can't
a
tell
shore.
if Harry's frozen or if he just is falling asleep as we speak.
He
I
is still.
don't.
You're frozen, that's why.
Okay.
Colombia! No, that song.
Okay. And this person is here. This is here. And this is here. And this is here. Cool. All right. Let me share the map link with you just so you can get a sense of what you'll be facing down next time.
I'm gonna put a printout on my wall and study
And
it.
Yeah,
stare
study it.
every day.
I think Isle is no longer in Mettle murdering mode.
No, she's not.
Yeah.
We can change that.
Ooh.
What a beautiful farm! This is so pleasant.
Yeah.
Why are we
I
fighting?
believe you guys want to let this blow up.
It's
Yeah.
for
You guys are
assholes.
like, fuck that farm.
Oh, yeah, there's me.
I don't know how to make myself not murder Mettle. I mean, it's not that deep either way, but... Oh. There's us, we're hanging out.
Mm-hmm.
I'm to fucking kill Canton. That bitch. Alright, party.
Also, you haven't seen the map yet, but I did update Carmine to have a question mark slug marker.
I
You can
saw
now
that.
get rid of that because it is no longer a question.
Mm-hmm.
Unslugged.
She was never slugged.
Unslugged, unbothered, moisturized.
Yeah, moisturized.
Alright.
I can always sneaking around. All right. Well, that is what you're facing down at this moment. Once battle starts next time,
Mm-hmm.
and I have tried to change Isle's name, and I can't find a way to do that. So,
I'm sorry, Mettle.
yep. Oh well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, guys, I think that's it for this session.
Mhm.
We will see you next time. Do we have everybody responding and scheduling?
I don't think I did. And I know Harry's...
No, we need Vienna and Harry.
Yeah, Harry's going on vacation. Do you remember what days that is, Bearbo?
No.
You're going to Denver.
Well, check the calendar.
We'll figure it out. We'll let you know.
No, I'm totally free, as usual.
Okay. Well, I love you guys. I hope you have fun, and I hope you're excited for what is most likely going to be the final confrontation of the Picklesburg side story.
Hell yeah!
Oh, yeah.
Good
Please
night.
tell me that. Good night.
Good night.
Bye.
Let me tell you what.